questions. Good evening. Tante washte na pe chiuzapi. Chanupa mani we manchapi. My American English name is Monique Muffie Mousseau. I just told you my Indian name is Walks with the Pipe Woman. I'm here today at the SAPA at the Holiday Inn in Rapid City, South Dakota. We're right beside the monument, the old Civic Center. I'm here with my wife. I'll let her introduce herself.
Good afternoon or good evening. My name is Felipa DeLeon. Is my English name. Tekiki Lawi is my Native American name. We're happy to be here this evening to talk about
Issues.
the water issues, environmental issues. We are Uniting Resilience Indigenous Water Alliance.
Thank you. I'd like to first introduce our guests for starting tonight off, and I'd like to say it's pretty windy out there, so all of us have a lot of hairspray on. That's keeping it in place, but we've got 65-mile-an-hour gusts going on outside of Rapid City right now, and so I hope everybody's safe and enjoying the evening. And we're going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to introduce, we're very, very honored and so happy that we have our chief of the Sicangu Lakota Oyate, Chief John Spotted Tail, and his wife is Tamara, stands and looks back, Spotted Tail. They are both here, and I'm going to go ahead and give you time to introduce yourself, and then we'll go ahead and start asking some questions. However, whichever one of you wants to start out.
Yeah, my name is Chief John Spotted Tail. My Lakota name is Sinte Gleshka. And I'm of the Sicangu Lakota Oyate. And I'm from the community of Parmalee on the Rosebud Indian Reservation.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Hakita Najinwia Pahwachbale Machiapi, Sicangu Lakota Oyate, and my name is Tamara, stands and looks back, Spotted Tail. My family is from Wood, South Dakota, and my mother is from Antelope, South Dakota, both members of the Rosebud Sioux tribe. Again, thank you, and it's a great honor to be here amongst all of you.
Washte. Opila. We're bringing people together, and we had a meeting on Monday. It's a real fast put together everything, but we're dealing with some really hard issues on, that are affecting Mother Earth. And Uniting Resilience not only deals with our LGBTQ Native Two-Spirit, we also deal with protecting Mother Earth, and one of our big topics that's happening and has always happened throughout in Native country is the Mini Ki Le Wakran, our sacred water, and it's always been right now I feel is it's always been important, but it's the meaning of life for our people, and she's the life giver, just like Mother Earth is the life giver. You can't go without the water in any way, shape, or form. Where it helps us in our birth, it helps us in our nurturing throughout our life, and it helps restore our need for restoration within our own selves and within our own environmental minerals throughout Mother Earth. And we are just under attack with all of these issues, and we have some very important things coming up as far as support. And we've asked, we put together really quick this Indigenous Water Alliance and brought together some really grassroots people from throughout the Oceti Sakowin in the state of South Dakota on how they we can all help each other in helping with getting these issues addressed as far as the water. So I'm going to go ahead and let Felipa ask some questions.
Yes, we would like to. Okay, so my first question I'm going to have is going to go to John, Chief John. How can we get our tribal officials to stop from having the lateral violence and to unite so we can come together with this water issues that we're having within the Oceti Sakowin?
That's kind of a hard question with tribal officials. They kind of do what they want to do, and there's a lot of trainings for them when they get into office, but many of them don't attend those trainings. So, they don't learn what those trainings are there to teach them. And and I'm not really sure how to get involved, how to get them involved. Maybe they need to just come to some meetings and get involved and learn some things from the people that are putting the meetings on. That's the only thing I can think of right now.
Thank you. Okay, so my next question is go to Tamara. Okay, so what we're doing, what we do is we tested some water on the water issues. So how can we accomplish? I got lost there. How can we accomplish victories on our environmental issues on our indigenous lands?
That's a very interesting question, and typically would take a lot of time to really think about those things. I think the victories would come in a form of people coming together in our communities and taking action through the communities to form resolutions to be brought to council, and then council passing those resolutions and making them into law. We have a lot of issues environmentally that are impacting us as Indigenous people, but not only us, but all walks of life, and even upon Onshimaka, Mother Earth, that are just now recently, no longer going to be able to kind of brushed under the rug. We need to take a stronger approach. And I remember my grandfather telling me a long time ago that, it's time for all of you pipe carriers and people who pray to stand up now and pray for Mother Earth. But then we also know that Onshimaka, Mother Earth, will always take care of herself, that when there's a time of cleansing, she will shake. When there's a time that she needs to eliminate, those things will automatically, naturally come forth within a balance of nature. And I think now today we're starting to see a lot of those things through earthquakes, hurricanes, volcanic eruptions. And so, I think Mother Earth is trying to tell us something, and we need to become aware of that and listen. And so when we accomplish these environmental issues on our own Indigenous lands, we are Indigenous people. We're already on our lands. Every land that we're not just confined to a small border area. Everywhere we walk upon this great turtle island is part of Indigenous lands. And we need to be mindful of that. And I think making those changes is going to take a huge collective effort on all Indigenous people to bring that awareness.
Wow, that is awesome. I really appreciate that. That's a powerful answer. Thank you. John, on Monday, we had our meeting on Monday, the 13th, here at the Holiday Inn, and we invited John and a few other. We tried to get together at least 10 to 12 people that we last minute put together last week, and just right up to, I think, even Sunday, we were trying to get people together to address these unifying issues, and something happened in Monday's meeting that really sent chills through my body, and I think everybody in that room felt that, and you kind of talk about that with what was his name, Mintz from Standing Rock.
Tim Mintz.
Yeah.
We I think it was about maybe 10 years ago or longer that they had a meeting up there in Standing Rock that I attended, and I had no idea that this was going to happen, and it happened up there. Tim got up and talked to the people and told them that many years ago, back in the 1800s, 1861, he said, I guess it was one of Spotted Tail's daughters that had passed away, and he knew that the family was grieving, and that they invited them to come up to Standing Rock. And I'm not sure who all went, but Spotted Tail, his family, and probably a lot of the relatives went up there, and they had a big ceremony for them up there, and they had a song made for them while they were there, and it was pretty touching the first time that they sang the song and honored us up there at Standing Rock. And I've seen Tim many times before, and I think this was the first time we were together again in a setting like this, a meeting. And when I get to talk, and when I was finished, then to my surprise, Tim was on the list right behind me to talk. And he talked about the ceremony and things that his family did for Spotted Tail's family back in 1861 up there at Standing Rock. And it was pretty touching. And, I really appreciate what he said. And I think this time we might have got some recordings of it. And hopefully we get a copy of that so that we can look at this and remember what happened. It was very, very good for myself and everyone there that was part of it. There were people that come up and told me that they were very touched, and they cried during that time.
Yeah.
And it touched a lot of people. And, hopefully someday it can happen again where more of the family members could be there and hear this and hear the song that was sung.
That was amazing because, just out of the blue, and it just brought everybody to stand ovation. I was involved in ceremonies like that, when I was 5 and, maybe 8 years old. And then I remember some of the ceremonies started going away like that, where these Eapahas come up and they talk, and he said, boy, he gave a full-blown history lesson right there. And these kind of things need to be passed on, and that's what we're trying to do in Uniting Resilience, because you're part of a family that fought at the Little Bighorn. All of us are. We all have those ancestral bloodlines, and we're resilient people, and that's what came together on Monday night. And I couldn't believe that the Hunkpapa and the Two Kettle, from the Sitting Bull tribe came together and really honored Chief Tail. And I really, really appreciate that. And I'm so blessed and thankful that I was a part of that. That was very, very ceremonial for every single person in that room. And some of the batteries went out, and I remember we talked to Tim a little bit afterwards, and he's a powerful guy. He's got good words, and they were a while back trying to get some interviews with him, and I was telling Chuck that it's pretty sacred, so that why those batteries were running out at some of the things, the messages he was giving at those times. But we was able to record the full song, so we'll have that available for you and to pass on to your next generations. And I really appreciate that. I just had to get that out there with you guys, because I don't know if I haven't been to any. I mean, within this century, I haven't been to any function that it moved me in that way, where those are our old songs that was sang back in 1861, and Tim passed that on, and that was very, very powerful. And it made even now it made my hair stand up just thinking about it. But we came together today specifically to talk about a lot of issues, and I know we touched on a lot of it on Monday, and Mara, I was talking to you on the phone on these matriarchal movement on Let's Visit about that, because I would like for that to be out in this live stream about how our women never signed the treaty, and how we are kind of very disrespected at some of these gatherings, especially these treaty conferences, and there's really a lot of rules and regulations and protocols, and kind of like a dictatorship that's going on. And I just wanted you to touch on some of that, and how we should try to dispel all of those feelings. And how do you feel about that, and how do we address that?
That's a good question.
That's a good question. And I've often wondered myself, I've had to bear witness to a lot of things, and I've seen a lot of things, and a lot of times I've remained quiet. My grandmother always said, when a person prays with the chanupa and you smoke the pipe, you should be careful with your words and things that are said, and conscious of, what comes out. But on the other end, we're having to, as women, address a lot of issues that are going on today in this world that is no longer of the past. But here we are today, having to defend ourselves and having to speak on behalf of our women and our children and our daughters. And as Lakotawiyans, we're the backbone of our nation. We're the givers of life. And we walk that line between life and death when we give birth. We also are able to feed our children, and we create nations. And a lot of times I've had to remind some of our men of the story of Desanwi. There was a woman who brought the Chanupa, who brought this way of life to our people. And it was a woman, who reminds us that today, that pipe represents both man and woman. And when we came to a consensus many, many years ago, our men and our campmates traveled to address this treaty issue. and to sign that treaty. But it was the women that they had spoken to because, of the hard times our people were facing, and we were eluding the cavalry and constantly in battle. And, what did they want back then? What did those grandmas want is preservation of life. And so the men went forth and they signed the treaty. But does that make it okay today to say, well, it's only the men who will make decisions for us as women and our children? And so, we as women, we also have a voice. We also have a right to speak on behalf of the Oyate and our families. We're the ones making decisions and taking care of our home and feeding our children and worrying about the bills and worrying about what's going to happen to our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren. And why is it that we come to a meeting and we have to pay to come in and talk about these issues and talk about, our culture and talk about treaty and it shouldn't be that way. I've been to some old treaty meetings and I've heard my grandfather, Oliver Red Cloud, talk about a lot of issues pertaining to Lakota and our way of life, education, roads, healthcare. And there was never a fee. People came together and they brought coffee, they brought meals, and women were there in those meetings. And those grandmas were most of the ones who talked. Mm-hmm. And they told these grandpas and these men what they wanted, and they heard. They sat back and they listened, because that was leadership. That leadership is when you sit back and you listen to the people, listen to everything they have to say. You don't judge them, you don't criticize them, you don't charge them, you don't make it about you and about how we're going to promote, that leader. We make it about, let's listen to everybody, because everybody has a voice. Everybody's words are sacred and have meaning because we're spiritual beings. And so why is it today that we have to charge and those of us that can't afford to go into those meetings, there's a lot of Unshika people, there's a lot of people who can't afford that. And are we separating them? Are we making them feel bad because they don't have the money to go into this meeting and be a part of something as grand as let's meet and talk about what's going to happen to the Oyate? Well, I'm sorry you can't come in because we have guards up here and you can't come in. You don't have us. When does it become about the monetary value of having to pay to go in and talk about what you want for your children and your grandchildren? That's a shameful thing. I feel bad because I know a lot of people feel bad. And it's sad that it's come to this. We're doing exactly what we were taught. And this isn't Lakota. These are not Lakota values because it doesn't feel right. And so I think that, talk about unity, this isn't unifying all of us together. It's separation. And now we are becoming masters of internalized oppression. And we're oppressing each other and we're making each other feel bad so that we feel good about whatever it is they're doing. And, I've had to see where my husband here was never invited to a lot of these meetings. I was taught by a lot of our elders that when you want a meeting of all of the people in the Oyate, you will kage, you take something, or you contact them, or you reach out to them and say, I need you to be here. When you go to a medicine man, you take him tobacco and you ask him and you do it, there's protocol, there's procedure. When you ask a chief to come and to be a part of something, you ask them in a good way. You don't say, oh, well, didn't you get the memo or didn't you get the email? No, it's not about that. It's taking the time to do it in a good way. And so I think that there's a lot of things that need to be addressed. And I think our people are too divided right now. And I think there's a lot of disconnection. There's a lot of hurt feelings and emotions right now. And how do we overcome that? How do we come back together to really think about where we need to be in the future? And I remember a grandma telling me that she went to ceremony and they told her, it's time for the women to stand up. Stand up now, they said. Come together and start addressing these issues. Because we know what we want. We know what we need. We know what our children and our great-grandchildren are going to need. Those are just some of my thoughts.
Oh, that's perfect. And
You know, back in the earlier days, the traditional people had many treaty meetings that I was invited to, and we never had to pay that fee to get there. And but now a lot of the older people that were doing the treaty meetings are gone. And now we see the IRA people running them. So they're the ones that are causing the hardship for all the Oyates, you know, by charging. I've never paid to get into this meeting, and I never will. You know, I'm thankful somebody paid my way this time to go in. But myself, I will not pay.
and you shouldn't have to, John. I mean, you know, I'm coming from a generation that, you know, we've seen all of these traumas and that systemic racial that we hold against each other. You know, we have lateral violence. You know, we racism each other. You know, I'm more Indian, I'm darker than you, or you're too light skinned, or, you know, you don't have enough braids,
Or you can't speak our language.
You can't speak our language. And I mean, there's just all these things. If you were born from an Indigenous mother, I feel you are Indigenous. And I don't know, you know, how these protocols and procedures came into play, because, you know, it's 2021 and technology is moving, and we're not going to go back. You know, we can talk about sovereignty, we can talk about the genocide, but we got to remember that we can't move backwards. And I know I'm not going to go and live in a teepee. I know I can, but I know I'm not going to walk to a location. I'm going to drive a car, and hopefully it's a electric car. You know, we got to start sending for money to see if Santa Claus will bring us electric cars. But, you know, that mindset is there, and we got to move and grow with technology and these society, and how these younger generations are coming up. You know, I've seen my cousins and their kids and our grandkids, and they're in their phones, our iPads, or they're in their games, and they're just disconnected, and there's nobody going outside. You know, we used to run and play along the creek from sunup till sundown, and it was fun, and there was no, you know, now we have the MMIW. I mean, we have so much drugs and alcohol and violence, you know, domestic violence. There's all these things that happen to our people because of that assimilation process that just, you know, and our kids grew up, you know, I grew up seeing that, you know, and our next generation is growing up seeing that, and it's just getting worse. You know, how are we gonna, those are the things that we need to be addressing in these treaty conferences or treaty get-togethers, gatherings, because it's our own homes that we got to fix, and we got to stop oppressing each other. And you know, myself and my wife been together for 16 years. It's going to be 16 years in a couple of days, and we're celebrating 16 years.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
A long time.
it's a long time, man. But I know of some couples that have been together a lot longer, but they don't. None of them are on the reservations, and you know, I myself, me and my wife, we have been laterally violenced and gay bashed off of our own reservation, off of our own tribe. And we were gone for 10 years, and we swore we would never come back. And you know, it took my mother back in 2016 to come and visit us. And she said, Muffie, I want you to come home now. You don't have to move back to the reservation, but move close, because, you know, I'm not doing good and your dad's getting blind. And you know, these are real things that change a person. And, you know, that whole thing of me being upset about what people did to us, you know, in a gay bashing way, not accepting same-sex couples. You know, I had to forgive those people on my own reservation in order to come back and be here for my mom. And I was so happy I got to spend, you know, she passed away in 2019. So we came back in 2016 and spent 3 years, you know, really loving and blessed. And we were prepared, you know, for when she went. But it took something like that to change my perspective and actually forgive our own people. And then during that whole time, we were still being contacted by other two spirits, not just from our tribe, but from all of the Oceti Sakowin. And they wanted us to do something. So we did. You know, I quit my job and I went back and I asked the Attorney General, what can we do? And he said, there's no laws for protection. And I said, well, how do I start? So he sent me on that path of what we have accomplished with the Oglala Sioux tribe, and that's enacting protection law for LGBTQ Native Two-Spirit people for the Oglala Sioux tribe. We have visited with Rosebud and the Sicangu tribe. We got it through the Law and Order Committee, but we haven't gone back because COVID hit.
Mm-hmm.
How do you guys feel about the Two-Spirit people? Can I get your reaction on that? Just small and brief.
You know, that's I think that's something that every tribe needs to pass something in support of them. And you know, hopefully Rosebud will do that for you and for the people on the Rosebud that are involved in that. But you know, it's everywhere on the reservation, all the reservations, so it should be passed.
Yeah, I agree. I also, you know, every time I hear that, it just reminds me of a time when I was sitting in ceremony and my grandpa was getting after these men because we had somebody in there who was lighter skinned and they were saying stuff. And he came out and he said, I'm going to tell you something. He said, you better listen up. Tinkashala is in here and he doesn't see what color of your skin is. He doesn't see what color your hair is. He sees what's in your heart and he sees what's in your mind. And so, you know, as spiritual beings, and a lot of people forget that. They forget we have a spirit, that we need to honor that spirit. And if there's two spirits to one person, that makes it even more special. That makes it even more sacred. And they walk in a sacred manner. And we forget that. We forget that we need to honor those sacred things. And if those laws need to be changed or put in place, it's kind of disheartening that we have to do that, because we should already know that. And that shouldn't even be a question. That shouldn't have to be something put from pen to paper. We should just automatically have that as a way of respect.
You know, that was a question that was that we were asked when we were in Rome, Italy. And we were talking to a big group of people, and they had questions for us, and that was one of the questions. And, you know, we just told them that's the way it is, you know.
Mhm.
They're accepted.
Awesome, man.
Back
awesome.
in the old days, you know, they
Mhm.
were accepted.
Mhm.
But, you know, these new days, there's all kinds of different things happening, but it was accepted.
Wow, thank you for
Thank
that. Wopila, that's powerful, because I know, you know, when I was little, remember Steed, and I don't want to call them medicine men, but you know, the nowadays they're the healers. Robert Steed, he always used to come down for my grandpa. He hunka big owl, and they'd come down. You know, my grandpa would ride out, and he'd go over there and be gone for a couple of days. Take him a couple of days to get there, and then you know he took his tobacco and everything, and then he'd come back, and he'd sit. You know, a couple other people would come in, and one of them was a lesbian woman, you know, and she dressed in pants, and I was just little, and you know, then a trans male that dressed as a woman would come in, and they would prepare the ceremony, and then all the families would start coming, and they'd set up the tents, and then you know the then they weren't known as Two Spirit, you know, they would call them a different name, and I still can't remember that name. I'm trying to, you know, all of my elders are gone from my family, and but they didn't treat them any different, and they were never laughed at in any way, or nobody said, ha ha ha, that person is like that. Nobody said that in our family, and I grew up, you know, knowing that that was respected within our whole Tioshpaye, and even, you know, and they came from, you know, I don't know if they came from Robert's people first, but they did come in, you know, they came in and they prepared, and then they'd go and they'd get the meat, you know, and they'd hunt, and, you know, they would go and have us trapping prairie dogs. You know, those ceremonies were done with prairie dogs too, and I mean, there's so much old stuff that we have to record and get down before it's lost, because you tell that to, you know, 25-year-olds and 30-year-olds, and they don't even know what you're talking about. But those ceremonies were done and prepared, and those ceremonies were kept in a way for all of the people by, you know, Two Spirit, trans, and, you know, lesbians and bisexuals and gay people. And I really didn't see my family treat or make fun of people like myself, you know, and I really honor and respect you for saying that, and especially when you went to Rome and you know, you gave them that answer. Thank you on behalf of all of the Two Spirit throughout the state of South Dakota, and whoever's listening to this podcast,
Yes.
because that is that's correct, Tamara. They should already have that in place, but you know, I used to be a police officer on my reservation, and there's no laws. And on Friday, I'm hoping to get a piece of paper into Deb Holland's hand that addresses the elements of the crime for the Bureau of Indian Affairs police officers. You know, they need to be trained, because there's so much violence on every reservation and gay bashing that they're not addressing the real issues, and everybody's just kind of frosting that issue over. And we're going to put, a piece of paper in her hand to see if she can address that within the whole regions of the Bureau of Indian Affairs. So that's awesome. And
Yes, I just enjoyed having you two with us tonight, and I loved how how you did how you respected the Two Spirit in Rome. I liked how you spoke about how our culture needed to be or should be. But I think I just pray to Tonkashila every day, and I smudge every day, every morning. Me and my wife, we get up, we smudge, we go to bed, we smudge, but we pray about uniting everybody, coming together and being united and working together and not having that division. So, we're from the Oglala, your rosebuds, and I'm glad that we're able to have these conversations, and hopefully we can all come together again and have more conversations like this where we can all, work with each other.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
And thank you for having us. It is real an honor to be amongst all of you. And Lila Wopila Plamiai.
I really want to lift you up and let you know that, my wife and I, we really respect you. And I know we didn't have your phone number. We have them now. And so what we originally do, we always give tobacco and the sage, the cedar, the
Abundance.
sweetgrass, the bitterroot. And we gave that offering to the chief, and we thank you with all our heart, and we look forward to always having this connection and lifting each other up. And however we can help you, we are right here. And however we can uplift each other, if you're going through something and if we have connections you need, always reach out to us, and that door is open. And we have some things coming up for the Senate, and I know it's always good to support our Indigenous legislation. We have this redistricting that happened, and now we're going to be stuck with that map, and it opened up a lot of things, and we may lose that Indigenous seat at the state level. So however we can help each other during the voting, let us know. We're involved with a lot of different organizations, and we'll darn sure try to assist if you guys need help with anything at all. And we look forward to keeping this going, because I know I talked to John about this upcoming water meeting, during the stock shows. We'll probably try to put it on the stock shows. So, because I know he's going to be riding Bronx there, he said, so he'll have to check his schedule. But Wopila, if you have any closing, if you guys want to tell the people about this and what you want to get out there for the holidays, the Bigfoot rides.
I think I'd like to remind everybody to be mindful of your family. Also, find forgiveness in those people that have hurt you or said something about you. Be careful what you say, because you could hurt somebody and you could hurt their heart. And try to be respectful to all walks of life. And most of all, importantly, remember to pray and walk your prayers. And for those of you listening out there, you're not alone, and there are people out there that care about you and love you, and reach out to them. And be good to one another. Plamiai.
In your prayers, you always pray for your family and relatives, Oyates. You have to remember to pray for our Mother Earth here, and our mani, the water, the medicine, and even the air. Everything's becoming contaminated now. And these viruses that are coming nowadays, they're going to continue to come. I never thought I'd ever see this happen with this COVID. But we knew things like this would happen. And our younger generation, our kids and our grandkids are going to experience it more than us. But, all the people need to pray about it and ask for Wichozani for everything. Hechdillo.
Hopila.
Okay, we'll be back here in about 2 minutes with Krystal Tubles from Indian Collective. Okay.
So should I play my saxophone? Good afternoon. Chante washte na pechusapi. I mean, good evening. We just got done with a couple of them, and here we are. And I'm so happy and honored to be sitting amongst what is called the LANDBACK crew. And we are here with the Indian Collective. I am Monique Muffie Mousseau Chanupa Maniwi, walks with the pipe woman. I am from the Uniting Resilience organization. And I'd like to, Chuck told me, don't just be like this. So I'm going to have a good time. So I'm here with Krystal, and I'd like for her to go ahead and introduce her team. And I'm really honored, and I really thank you. And I say Wopila Tunka from the bottom of my heart for having you be here tonight to go ahead and take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Muffie. Well, Peveshev relatives, Mene Wostat Nanehav. My name's Krystal Tubles. I'm Oglala Lakota, Northern Cheyenne, raised in Northern Cheyenne territory in Montana, but enrolled Oglala Lakota here in South Dakota. And I'm the director of the LANDBACK campaign with Indian Collective, and I'll hand it over to my team and let them introduce themselves and in their roles too.
Hello, everyone. Oyate. It's a good day to be Indigenous. I wanted to say, I don't know. It's like a very official setup, and I just want to be like my John Trudeau moment. But hello, Oyate. She Demetrius Johnson Dasha Jine. Tudachini initially. I'll just sit on Ginny Bush's chin. Sanjikin Edisha Che. I'll Tudachini Edishanella. My name is Demetrius Johnson. I'm Dene. I come from a community called Tuithlane, which is near Granado, Arizona. And yeah, I'm a LANDBACK organizer.
أهلا مساء الخير. اسمي نادية طنوس. أبوي من يافا ولد، بس ولد في المخيم شنلر في المركة. وأمي من إيرلندا، من كوني كافن، قريب الحدود مع Northern Ireland. أنا ولدت في أوكلاند كاليفورنيا في الشتات. Hi, good evening. My name is Nadya Tannous. My father is Palestinian from the villages of Yafa and Lid. My mother is Irish from County Cavan, 5 minutes from the border with Northern Ireland. I was born in exile in Oakland, California. It's nice to be here. Thank you. Oh, and I'm a LANDBACK organizer.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I just want to start by saying, we came to this meeting. We had a meeting on Monday, and we had the opportunity to see Nick's presentation down in the Great Plains Tribal Water Alliance over in Ramkota. And I was really proud, and it was very informational. And I feel our tribes have to, step outside of their fighting. There's so much internal violence on every reservation. It's not just like that for the Oceti Sakowin. I know outside of South Dakota, every tribe, the Navajo and Northern Cheyenne, we all have the same growing pains, and we all have that, violencing within the IRAs, but we all need to come together and try to unify. That's a big thing that, we're uniting resilience. We know we all came through the door after, some of us maybe got education, some of us maybe have a lot of good experience, but we came through that door, and all of us have wounds. All of us come with scars. All of us come, limping and hurt. And some of us have healed ourselves and are trying to help our people to come together for these issues. And I know, Indian Collective, I really take pride in knowing Nick and understanding that he's on this journey to also try to unite our IRA governments and our treaty councils, and that's that's a slippery slope to, we're in it with the water issues and, the two-spirit issue. Tell us a little bit about how you're feeling with the unifying within the treaty and the IRAs. How are you coming about with your Land Back campaign?
Yeah, I mean, so there's several different things there. My team and I, we lead the Land Back campaign, but Land Back is it's many different things, and it's Land Back is, it's literal reclamation of land, our literal rematriating, like reclaiming our relationship to the land, us going back to the land. And so I think, that's what it is, but it's also, we were fully thriving economies and societies and communities pre-colonization. And Land Back also represents the reclamation of everything stolen from us when we are forced to remove from those lands, the destruction of those economies and those societies and those communities. And so that means Land Back is also reclaiming language and ceremony and culture and spirituality. It's reclaiming, food systems and education systems, housing systems, all of these things, healthcare systems. It's all of that. It's the reclamation of all of these things that was all rooted and based on our relationship to Mother Earth and to the land. And so for us, that's how we move as a campaign, is that's first and foremost is we're trying to reclaim our relationship. And we're also, like where I'm from, like we have songs that teach us. And I grew up hearing these words in ceremony that we are the land. And so for me, the way that we're trying to carry this is like, that means in reclaiming our relationship to the land, we're also reclaiming ourselves. And in speaking about healing, like that leads to healing. And so, that's the work that we hold with the campaign. But Land Back, so it's that work, and it's also a meta narrative. It's this massive narrative similar to Black Lives Matter, right? That houses so much organizing and organizations and organizers and individuals and grassroots people and, collectives or individual, all of those, right? People that want to just be back in relationship with the land. And so it's a meta narrative, but it's also, it's a movement. And Land Back is a movement that has existed since the first settlers stepped foot on our lands. And so us as a team and as a campaign, we're just stepping into this work that has been going on for generations and for generations. And so it's not new work. We're just stepping into it in its new iteration of what the struggle looks like right now. And in doing this work, we're young people that are learning still, still really deeply learning and trying to hold. And I would say my generation specifically, because both Nadya and Dee are younger than myself, but I've always felt like I'm like the bridge generation between our elders and older relatives that carry our knowledge and our traditions and our language and those things, and then our youth who are have been disconnected from that. And so I feel like my generation is like this bridge that has to connect those things. But also my dad always talks about how, like, unfortunately, because of colonization, like a lot of our elders are also close to the original trauma, and then it's flipped because our young people are more distanced from that trauma in doing that healing work and reconnecting. So it's like, these dynamics that exist, we're constantly navigating them and figuring them out. And I think, like, right now what we're working on is a land trust, what would be called the Oceti Sakowin Nation Land Trust. And that's just a proposed name. It's, it may or may not be what it ends up actually being called, but it's what we're thinking about. Like, how do we, the biggest issue with trying to reclaim the Black Hills is the fact that there is, in terms of like the way the government is thinking about it, there's no legal entity to give the land back to, because we can't get the land all back to one individual tribe, because that would create infighting. And so, that's something we've been thinking deeply about, of like, how do we honor what our elders are teaching us and sharing with us and passing down, but also how do our younger generation who see these opportunities of how to move forward, how do we bridge those things and connect those things? And so with this land trust, the proposal is Section 17 corporation, which is like a tribal corporation. And that has to have secretarial approval, which means Secretary Deb Haaland has to be the one to approve this land trust. But what we're proposing is that all of the Oceti Sakowin Nation tribes, and so far there's 16, that we're seeing in terms of proximity to the Black Hills, right? And so we are proposing that they come in with equal ownership of this corporation, where all of these tribes who are often pitted against each other because scarcity was introduced to us because of colonization, where they have equal say in management of the Black Hills. And the goal would be for this corporation to exist, and then for us to be able, that entity to be able to petition for co-management of the Black Hills. Not because co-management is land back, because it's not. It's how we open the door to get land back.
So my question is, sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah,
but,
no.
That's kind of getting a seat at the table.
Yeah.
With the National Forest Service, with the National Park Service, with all those different organizations that run the Black Hills now.
Yeah. I mean, I would say, yes, it's getting a seat at the table while we simultaneously build our own table over here.
Okay.
Where we have full say.
Right.
Because co-management is not the end game. It is only the first step. It's just one singular step. Simultaneously, though, what we're saying is we don't want to ask for co-management of anything. We don't want to have to ask permission and still be operating under this. But we also are strategic people. I myself, and even if you ask Nadya and Dee, we all descend from our ancestors. I myself descend from Chief Gull. On my Tubal side, I descend from Chief Man Afraid of His Horse. And my dad is one of Council of 44 chiefs for the Northern Cheyenne. And Gull was a master strategist. And so it's we are utilizing those things that were passed down to us and then our knowledge that we have now to think about what is the strategy? I'm also a veteran. And so when I think about these things, we do not fight battles on just one front. We fight all of these battles so we can win this overarching war.
Awesome.
And so we have to fight on every single possible front. And co-management is one front, one single front, why we are simultaneously doing all of this other work in all the other ways of reclaiming land back, because the end goal is where the federal government has no say over how we are in relationship to our lands. And we build that relationship back how we were taught to and how our ancestors told us. And so that's how the co-management fits into there's just one little step, and just open the door. Let's sit at this table for a bit while we're building our table over here how we want it to be.
Wow. That's a lot.
Mhm.
Holy smokes. And I hope these viewers are listening and understanding that, and if you have any questions, put them in the chat or get a hold of Krystal or any of her team, Demetrius and Nadya. I really, really think that this is a pivotal moment in our IRA governments and our treaty consuls and how you're going to navigate through that. And Uniting Resilience would like to, support you in that, because I think that's important for all of our people. And you're not our generation yet, but I see, we've gone through the IRA governments, and we just recently started, navigating through the treaty consuls, and there's so much division. There's so much division. I don't know if you're experiencing that yet, but you're gonna. And I have done nothing but try to get that out there, that how we're gonna come together in unity, because we have to. And addressing these types of issues, land is one, water is another one, air. We were just talking to Chief Spotted Tail, and he told every part of it, and there's even more sacredness to not just the land, air, and the water. We have our four-legged, we have our plant nation, we have our insect nation, and those things are real. I mean, those are the other things we haven't even addressed yet, and that's coming. That's probably coming in your generation. I'm gonna be that super elder, and you're gonna be saying, "Hey," So, but yeah, I'd like to hear from you guys if you would like to talk a little bit about your experience on this journey, with the Indian Collective, and how exciting you are to address these issues with the tribes and our people.
I guess I'll go first. Well, first of all, it's always been an honor to come to these lands. These aren't my lands. I mean, I'm a long ways from home, being a Diné person. But it's seriously an honor to be a good relative and to try to help my Lakota relatives in Northern Cheyenne and the other tribes try to reclaim their own sacred sites. But one thing that, this is my first ever treaty council meeting ever, and I was, it's for me, obviously it's a huge honor to be invited, but also I've noticed a lot of similarities that from these meetings, and also meetings from my own community at the chapter house level or at the the council level. But I guess the similarities of just elders talking, always opening up with prayer, and also just kind of just I don't know what, for lack of a better word, beef, or just just some of the differences of opinion that happens within these meetings. And I do anticipate pushback, which is good. But also I guess being a younger person, but also growing up around chapter house meetings, and growing up in an environment where it's just always a process, or it's always a very slow process to get something done. There's always conversation, there's always elders talking, there's always just history being had. And I understand those conversations are very important, and I respect them because there's a lot of history that is shared. But also I guess within the context of where our world is now, it does feel a little bit frustrating, or there's a sense of anxiety of just well, we have to come up with solutions now, and we do need to kind of just cut it out. There's there's a time and place for everything. But me traveling to other Indigenous communities all over the world, specifically to Palestine, or even being introduced to our relatives down in South America, they are really holding it down, and they are really going hard to protect their lands and reclaim their lands. And it's to the point where they're literally fighting their government, specifically U.S. imperialism, every single day to survive. And so when you see that from other communities around the world, and then you look at us, I'll just talk about my own tribe. It gets frustrating. It's wow, we have relatives everywhere, fighting the U.S., and here we are fighting each other. And that's the frustrating thing, because we are in the belly of the beast. We are within the U.S., and everywhere else in the world is fighting the U.S., but here we are fighting ourselves. And just that internationalist approach, just us, just me, making connections, and with other people across the world, it gets frustrating, especially as a young person. I'm old, but also young. I don't know, I'm 27, but just having these experiences, and me also wanting to share that with my own communities and other communities. Believe it or not, other people are depending on us, and this co-management, like Krystal said, it isn't the it isn't the end all be all. This is only the first step, but at the same time, it is historic and it's huge. And just what I bring to the table, like I'm just trying to help. I'm just trying to be a good relative, and I think that's just how we're gonna win, because the world needs us.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think for myself, I'm the first generation born here on Turtle Island. And my parents they met in the 80s in the Bay Area, and that's on Ohlone territory. And that's where I'm born and raised. So it's been an interesting experience for somebody from, fortunately, alhamdulillah, 2 really strong traditions, and to be raised by my grandparents. And my family was really a privilege that I think it's our right, but it's also something that pretty close in my bloodline they were not able to have. And so I've been lucky that even growing up far away from home and being kept apart from my home by settler colonialism, by the state of Israel, by US backed imperialism, that I've been able to find my root. And I think I find myself in this work because, like what Demetrius said, I think it's my responsibility. To be Palestinian for me isn't just to show up for my own people. It's to live our values every day and to fight for what's right where we are for the people around us. It's about relationships. So, yeah, also thank you for having me on your lands and on your territory. We all are free people. We should be free people and free to roam and walk the earth. And, borders are crap. But also, I don't think that we always have the right to go wherever we want. And the type of American exceptionalism that's given to us, we can just roam wherever, anything's ours, whatever you want. It is a privilege that I'm able to be here in relationship with the people, and not just as some form of tourism, to example, Mount Rushmore, which I think I circle back to because there's so much violence in that monument to the United States government, to white supremacy, to, and it's something that we look at as those of us who are the heirs of colonialism, right? And also the ones who will win that back. It's my role only to support what is inevitable. It's inevitable that the land returns to the people because the land knows us. The place that we come from knows who we are, and we know the land like nobody else does. And so I think here are some of the lessons that I've really learned. It's also my first Treaty Council meeting, is that the beautiful thing about this work is that we have to work together in order to get things done. The tough thing, but also maybe the beautiful thing where we learn through it, is that we parse through all the different layers of the things that our elders have gone through. I can also speak in my own community, trying to create a different present than the one that we have, which can be very painful, is also about kind of unearthing sometimes the mistakes of the past or things that people feel are failure, the jadedness of our elders who thought that they were going to win that one fight and win again, but instead they've been torn down. And trying to really be humble, but also pragmatic about what we have been able to build. We're still here. That's enough for me. So to be able to fight and say, yes, we didn't win, in our case, the Battle of El Karame. Most everybody in that battle was massacred from my side. But we still hearken it as a massive battle because all of those people who fought, they went in knowing that they were going to die. But in that, they sacrificed themselves for our consciousness. And it worked. It changed the ethos of our struggle. From there, we have so many wins because they made that ultimate sacrifice. And here, we're lucky that we're talking about a battlefield that very much, as one of the elders said earlier, these treaties are written in blood. They're written under duress, but they're also written by people who strategized, thought about their people, thought about longevity. And so what does it mean to inherit also that history, that legacy? And what do we do now in 2021? What are we capable of doing? We are capable of working with each other. We are capable of being reflexive about the ways that we might sabotage one another out of fear, out of love. But we're also capable of choosing. Doing this step is a choice. No one's going to push folks to do it. No one's going to push the Lakota, Dakota, Nanokota, the Oceti Sakowin. No one's going to push you to do this. This is your choice. This is your destiny. But I think what's really, again, inspiring about doing this work is that I know that the intentions are very clear. The intentions are to get the land back into the hands of the people. In the land trust, nowhere does it say that Indian Collective will be at the seat, will be in a seat at the table, or will be in charge, or will be dictating, or leading any of the decisions. That is specifically for the tribes, that's specifically for the people. And so I think, I hope that it will be something that folks can be proud of. And I look forward to seeing the rightful people, you all, be able to actually formulate, build, inform, deliberate, argue if you need to, right? In order to make something, a final product that it's a small step, but it's a necessary step. We all are strategists. We know you can't go forward without taking one step and the next step. It has to be there. And so if you can wedge something into the door, what is the most genuine form? What is the best way that we can move forward? This is a proposal. This is a pragmatic proposal to make material gains, to get the land back into Indigenous hands. So I'm looking forward to see what happens. And I know the terrain ahead is going to be tough, but I believe in y'all. I really do.
Wow, thank you. And I just want to give a shout out to Demetrius and his all of his fine,
Oh, my bling.
your bling bling. I kind of wanted you to put up your hand like this too. That is pretty. The turquoise is off the charts, and he's got a really good necklace on. And he said he was old. He feels old, and he's 27.
I know.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Like that was like a
Little-
pop. Okay.
Little baby child.
I
over
will.
there.
I will say
Pretty
though,
bad.
like, I specifically wore this to kind of just like let all the Lakotas know, like, hey, we got a Danette person in the house right now. Oyate.
Hold it up
Send,
again.
send him home.
I feel like Thanos, like just like I
Thanos,
gathered all
oh my
the
God.
Infinity Stones.
And that's awesome, and that brings us to what I really want to talk about is, and you're a huge organization, the Indian Collective, in the guidance of Nick, and you touched on some stuff. Each one of you touched on a lot of good information, and you got really young youth coming in, and we're a young organization starting in two-spirit protections throughout our Oceti Sakowin, and then we're going to probably, and we've been asked by numerous other tribes on Turtle Island, so we will probably go out to them as soon as we can. And I know we're going to help each other in every way, because what we ultimately need to get that message out, and I know all of you will agree that this is not a competition in any way, shape, or form, and we got to start letting our people know that stop competing if you're a male, a female, if you're lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, queer, if you're disabled, if you're a veteran, if you're anything. We we should not be in competition. What we need to be doing is focusing on saving Mother Earth. And always understanding that we were the first people here, and a lot of people were saying, oh, I don't want to say Indigenous anymore, so that's kind of going out, but we were totally Indigenous to this land prior to any first contact in the 1400s, when the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria touched board over there on the East Coast, and it's good, and I hope that we all know our histories from each of our tribes and our people, and it's powerful what we're all trying to accomplish. And it's going to be hard with the IRAs, with because I grew up saying, because of my grandpa and my great grandpa and grandmas, is Takoja. Always remember the SAPA, the black kills are not for sale. I came through 4-H, grade school, high school, college, and extra college. I don't like school, but I encourage school. But in my dormitory at college, anywhere, even when I was in high school, in my room, I have a sign that says the black kills are not for sale. I always have that. You come to our house right now, even when we lived in New Mexico, even when we lived in North Dakota. And I've gotten into it with our landlords for having that sign that says the black kills are not for sale. And my landlord has come and tore it down a few times, but I put it right back up. Freedom of speech, they have their Trump flags out. I can have the black kills are not for sale out. So I just want you to understand that there's all those old mortality navigations that you're going to experience, because there's that old school that they really do not trust. There's a lot of mistrust, and there's all that in-depth assimilation from the boarding schools, and that Bible really assimilated many Indigenous families. And I know that you're going to have a hard time, and however we can help you, Uniting Resilience, we support you. And we want to always maintain a connection of moving forward, and nowhere should we ever be in competition for each other than you guys giving us as much money as you possibly can. But if you would like to discuss a little bit about, I know we've had, and I'm going to ask everybody this, and how you feel about Two-Spirit.
Yeah, no, I think that's valid. I think one of the well, first, thank you for offering your support. I mean, I think that's major. I think our campaign, when we were developing our campaign, when we brought Nadya and Dion, some of the first things I told them was like, we are a relationships based campaign, and that is how we're going to win, is through our relationships. And I say that because we, as a strategist, but also as a human, like, we want to always maintain those human relationships. And I think that's the cornerstone of any kind of win that has ever happened, is relationship and uniting and having united fronts in that way. And I think that means for all of our peoples. And just in terms of your question of how I feel about that, I mean, I think like we are all relatives when we say those things, and we have to live by that, of what that really means. But I also think that brings into question is like decolonizing and what that means to really decolonize, right? Because our relatives, our LGBTQ relatives, have always existed, have always been part of our communities, have always held sacred places in positions in our communities. And so I think like we have to honor that, as we do all of our spirits and all of the peoples that we're in relationship to. And so, I mean, that's definitely how I hold that with every relationship. There's power as we come together and as we do this work together and as we unite. So I think first and foremost, that's how we hold our relationships that way. And that's how we win. And that's how we heal. That's how we decolonize, right? Like for me, we were having this conversation the other night of like, decolonizing for me means like I was saying that, I said it in such a weird way, but I was like, it means the undoing of what colonization did forward.
Yeah.
You know, like
I got it. Yep.
yeah.
Yep.
And so I, you know, and I think that's what it is. So it's reclaiming these relationships. It's reclaiming those roles in our communities. It's reclaiming that. But what does that look like moving forward, right? Because we know we can't go back to this, but we also know what is possible because we come from this. And so that's what decolonization is. And so that is how our relatives fit into what we're doing. That is how we are all working together. That is how we move forward. That is how we win. And then when we win the Black Hills and we reclaim that relationship, that is how our Palestinian relatives will reclaim their lands. That is how all of our relatives in the Hawaiian Kingdom, in Glasgow, you know, in Cuba, Puerto Rico, all of these places, that is how they will reclaim their lands too, is because we will be in relationship to each other. We will be healing together, and we will be honoring those relationships, and we will be decolonizing as we're going forward. But yeah, that's how I hold that personally and hopefully as a campaign as we go forward.
Right on. Thank you for that, Krystal. Would you guys like to also answer that question?
Yeah, sure. So we have like the net people also have like their own like gender identities, and we call like our LGBTQ 2+ relatives. And there's two words for it. So there's Dilpa, and then there's also Naglehe. But for me growing up, like I was taught like these people like have very special sacred roles within our communities. Things that I can't do, things that, you know, like cis women can't do. Like they are I can't even hold a candle to them. But of course, like beyond that, just in my experience, like organizing since I've been organizing, I'm also a part of an organization called the Red Nation. But you know, we do have like a lot of LGBTQ 2+ relatives in our org. And a lot of the resistance efforts have been led by Two-Spirit people, queer people. But also there's like a long history of like, our Two-Spirit relatives being in the front towards our liberation efforts, and they should always be in the front, leading our liberation efforts, whether that's LANDBACK or whether that's anti-imperialism, whether that's just anything that we do, resisting colonialism, because that's what colonization taught us, is like our relatives are not our relatives. But you know, like I don't know, they have a whiteboard here that says unity, and I think that's very true. And also it's just like true to like something that I always say too, is just, you know, one team, one dream, apes together strong. Like we blitz all night. Like we get there together. And yeah.
Thank you. Go ahead, Marty.
Yeah. So I obviously am in alignment, or not obviously, I am in alignment. Hopefully, obviously, if you know our work and if you know what we're doing or attempting to do. With what Krystal and Demetrius said, I think it's really important to state that about, right, if LANDBACK is about the return of everything that's stolen, it has to be also about kinship.
Yep.
And so I think that's at the center of relationship. It's at the center of lands as the convener. It's the center of what we do, you know. Everything we could ever hope for is that repair. And so from my own context as a Palestinian woman, as a Palestinian organizer, and coming from a grassroots movement called the Palestinian Youth Movement, and the recent birth of the Palestinian Feminist Collective, we really talk about how the violence of the state is gendered violence. And so when we talk about the empowering of women, we're talking about the empowering of all genders. And I think that's really important when we think about the way that patriarchy and misogyny, capitalism, different forces of exploitation, they take from the people that they want to dominate, which are women and Two-Spirit. But they also take in a very different way from our men.
Batteries ran out.
Sorry about that. We lost
Batteries.
battery connections. But
We're back.
so if you want to finish out.
Yeah. Yeah, I think just the understanding that these systems exploit women and Two-Spirit people first. We are the first to be sacrificed by the state. And as oppression becomes larger than us in the worst of times, and as it seeps into our communities, which is a part of disenfranchisement, we become the victims for it internally too. And I think what we know now, but also that it sacrifices our men by taking away purpose, right? And I think what we can do, I was, but I've been taught by some really brilliant people, and what I've learned over the years as, I'm transitioning from youth organizing into being whatever that next step is. So semi-adult, is that okay?
Pseudo.
Yeah, pseudo, right? But as we get older and we live these experiences, I think one thing I've learned from my community and from the amazing women, and in my case, less visible Two-Spirit organizers, or queer organizers, we would say, in the Palestinian context, before us, they would say, you have to fight for the homeland first, and then we fight for the internal contradictions. Because you're 30 years from colonialism, right? From the initial occupation. So yeah, of course, there's a lot of stuff going on that's oppressive and terrible, and people are starving, dying of cholera, dying of influenza, right? There's a lot happening. And so you fight for the homeland. But now, as we're 70 years from initial colonization occupation in our case, we say there is no free homeland without free women. And that's important because it means that we can't wait. Maybe at the time when we could have won, maybe that was the wisdoms that they're coming from. But now we're 70 years out. We're living in a situation that's supposed to be temporary, Our generations are being born in camps that were tents when my father was young. And now they're huge buildings with no running water and no sewage system. Then you have 3-4 generations born in that situation. We can't wait. We can't wait to deal with our internal contradictions. And it doesn't make us weaker for having them. But the thing is, when we talk about no free homeland without free women, we're talking about our queer relatives and our queer people too. We're talking about all of us. Because when we're talking about the state, we're also taking on misogyny and patriarchy that has been influenced by those powers. And again, it's not to say that we're a perfect people. We don't have our own things. But it's also rejecting the belittling, right, of those who are occupying us. So it's easy for the West to say, oh, those Arabs, those Muslims, those Palestinians, you know, they've always hated their women. They've always hated their children. And that's Orientalism, right? You take our power, you take our land, you have jealousy of the way that we can live together and be collective, the way that our lives are or were, and what we can be. You're scared of our power. But I can tell you first and foremost that the biggest thing that oppressed me as a Palestinian woman was the war on terror and was US militarism. In terms of the patriarchy that we have in our community, in terms of the gendered violence that we have in our community, that is those are things that we need to be able to take on our own. And that primarily means being a free people first.
Right.
We need our freedom as people first. Trust me, after that, we will take care of our own. And we are. But we can't fight. Basically, in this stage, just to finish off, we are not just rejecting and confronting the power of the people who hope to quiet us, that hope to subdue us. We're also fighting the narrative that we are not capable of ruling ourselves, that we are not capable of dealing with our own internal issues, that we are not powerful enough. We know that there's fear. That's the fear of the colonizer. They're afraid of our power. And so we're also fighting back the Western narrative to say that we are uncivilized or we're just like animals. Or in the Israeli context, actually, that we're flora and fauna. We're people and we're imperfect. But guess what? We know ourselves best. And trust me, in terms of our fight as Palestinians, it's women to the front. We have some wonderful men. But the people at the front of the fight are young women, are young queer Palestinians, period. It's our time. So we don't need an invitation. We're already here.
Wow, Nadya, that just gave me chills. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I really want everybody that's listening to this and hopefully there's Indigenous natives listening here in Turtle Island. That's a perspective from somebody from the outside of a reservation, a tribe. And you know, I high five her and I lift her up because, you know, every one of us that was born on these prison camps, you know, like the Standing Rock Sioux tribe, the Flanju tribe, the Yankton, or I should call them by their Lakota names, and our Dakota, Nakota, the Hunkpati, the Hunktonian, and the Hunkpapa, and the Sissetonian Wapton, and the Oglala Lakota, the Sicangu, Minikoju, the Kuwichasha, and I think I might have forgot when I was counting them on my little bitsy fingers, but thank you for pointing that out, because what I want to say about that is, you know, I competed in you know, basketball, rodeo, And, I competed with men in the same category. And when I won first place, I didn't make the amount that the male won. And I want to point that out. I'm quite a bit older than you are. And you're looking at a perspective, and that's what that's that Me Too movement. That's that, these sportswomen are standing up and, saying, how come we didn't get the same pay, in college rodeo, for cripe's sakes here. And, I went to quite a few college rodeos here in South Dakota, and, the men they would make more than the women, even in college rodeo. And the women basketball NBA players, they don't make as much as the men. Down here in these treaties, I'm not just going to point out this treaty conference meeting. I'm going to point out all the treaty conferences. You said that word, and I need to touch on it a little bit. Misogynistic men in these positions that are dictating, and Tamara looks back, or stands looking back. Spotted Tail, she had pointed that out too earlier, how it's not equal yet. And I really honor and respect what Nick is trying to accomplish within his own organization, as far as, and I hope he is, as far as equality, and bringing these issues to the table and to talk about them. He said something in our meeting on Monday night that, it's not just going to be males in these positions. He wants both genders represented, and I hope he also includes, nobody should be discriminated against if I put in for that position, and I myself, I stand strong with the LGBTQ, Two-Spirit people. And so I really, really appreciate you bringing all of that up. And like I said, I do support you, and I'd like to turn it to Krystal and to tell us in a closing, and each one of you will get a couple minutes of closing, but if you want to say anything more.
Yeah. I think I'll just wrap up with, like where folks can find our work and stuff. But before I go there, I just want to say thank you for having us and pulling us here. We were pretty tired from all day sitting at Treaty Council and food and whatnot, but this feels like a really rejuvenating conversation. So thank you for that. Also, just to say too that, like, our people are traumatized, and as we're healing, I just read this somewhere, probably on Facebook or something, but it said sometimes the healing process is more painful than the actual trauma.
Yeah.
And I think, like, I that really hit me, because I see our people like that. And so trying to find, how do we have grace and compassion, but also hold our people accountable and try to move forward at the same time. And it's hard. And, we have to do that together, and we have to, like, do our best to reflect on those things as we're going. And I think that's what we're trying to do. And, just sitting there listening to our elders and hearing things, like, sometimes that we're talking about, as Nadya said, reminds them of what didn't work, and all the pain and the trauma that came. And we have to honor that, and have grace and compassion and understanding, and still do the work. Like, we still move forward.
Yeah.
And, just thinking about that, something that's, like, really, that I'm holding right now in this moment of trying to move forward with this land trust. But in terms of LANDBACK stuff, a wrap up here is just, we don't have public meetings right now, but I love that idea. But I will say, over this next year, we will be doing deep canvassing here in the community. We really want to build relationship amongst each other, amongst our white neighbors, because however you do that, like, we still live here together. We're still in these communities together, and we want to build that. We need to build together. And even if people aren't against us, like, how do we move them to be for us? If they are against us, how do we at least move them to just, like, be in the middle somewhere? you know? And so trying to deepen that work. So we'll be calling for canvassers and people to do that work to build relationship. We're going to be having community meals with folks and just like sitting and having these conversations and just explaining what we're actually trying to do with Indian Collective, you know, all the way from LANDBACK campaign to our foundation team, you know, like what are we doing? And we want to have those conversations in our community with the people. And we'll be hitting up powwows and just like sitting with the aunties and the uncles and the unchis and ge'ez and everyone, you know, and just trying to build together and build relationship. And so, you know, this whole next year we'll be coming out with a lot of things like that. So I would just say, you know, we're on landback.org or indiancollective.org. You can follow either one of those and keep up to date on what the LANDBACK team is doing.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know. I just always look for approval. But no, like this LANDBACK work is beautiful, and you know, just for you younger folks. But then I don't know. It's like an old movie. But I'm just gonna reference Lord of the Rings. But like the way like I've always like viewed it is just like, yeah, like I might come from like a different community, or even like within our own communities, like there's like different viewpoints or just like different families or just like different ways they think about things. But like in the Lord of the Rings, like there's just like, you know, the race of dwarves, elves, men, everyone. But their one goal, like they unified against, was destroying the ring. And like the ring in this case would be like, I don't know, like U.S. imperialism or just the U.S. in general, and just like asserting ourselves and wanting to live free, to be liberated, because we're not. And like that's the journey we're taking. I mean, we might not agree with each other. We might like fight amongst each other, but as long as like we're moving forward to just like destroying the ring, but also like, you know, there's work happening that even like we might not all be aware about, and even work that we might not agree with, like my non-strength, I don't know how to say that, my least strength, my whatever, is like, I don't know, like talking about legislation or being with legislators or like petitioning, like those aren't my strengths, but there's people out there doing that work. And it's also like you got like there's different ways to again, for lack of a better word, like skin this sheep. So, you know, like we're all doing this work. We're all trying to defeat Saruman. We're all trying to destroy this ring. And you know what? I'm just proud to be a part of this fellowship. So you all should too. And if you haven't seen Lord of the Rings, just watch it. And yeah, well, okay. Actually, since I got the mic too, it's a Navajo taco, not Indian taco.
Oh God. He's trying to fight after this is what's happening.
I'm like, do y'all want to address that and come back to me?
I know. I thought we just said fellowship.
But I mean,
divisiveness on the mic.
Know,
I mean, Gimli and Legolas were beefing the whole time. So like,
And that's the youth.
yeah, that's,
I know.
That's his youth. But yeah.
I mean, maybe just one quick thing. I do think that there is a lot of room. You know, the beautiful thing about LANDBACK is that it didn't start with Indian Collective. It's not going to end with us. It exists way, way before any of us were alive. As Krystal said, you know, it's from the first meeting with colonialism, right, with colonists. And so the fact that it has so much grassroots power and the origin with artists in so-called Canada, right, and the origin of people who are dreaming about what is possible, that means there's a lot of room. There's a lot of space to fight and to carry this out, right? To fight for something, to be proactive for something. And as Demetrius said, there's a lot of tools, you know? So how are we going to use them to get the land back? How are we going to use them to get people back to the land? That's the end goal. So I would say and just encourage for folks to talk to us. You know where to find us. Come and talk to us. If you have issues, come and hash them out. We need to engage the contradictions. We don't have time to be scared of them. Yep. So let's talk it out. Come and find us. We don't bite usually. But really, I think that's a step ahead. And, you know, the The thing about now is we don't know what step is going to make the big difference. But that means that we have to continue to make a few of them and then see what change we have. We don't know this roadmap. We're building it, right? It's okay to experiment. We should experiment. It's okay to fail, so long as we keep on building and we do it with the right intentions. So we're not fighting for perfect. We're fighting for the land, and that's going to be hard and messy. But, come through, y'all. Slide through. Thank you for having us.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you.
And I just want to say with this youth here, and I consider you youth also. Drugs and alcohol are a messy thing, but I, for one, with Uniting Resilience, I say drug free. We have somebody on I think every single reservation. Our Oglala Lakota reservation, we have a lady. Her name is Mama Jules, and she really fights meth. She not only fights meth, she fights the black snake. She fights these pipelines, and she's up there in action in every confrontation with the government. And I really appreciate that. And I know there's probably some on the Navajo, some up in the northern Cheyenne, and I know all of our tribes have people like this because I remember when I was really young, I was probably in grade school or high school, and I remember this elder getting up on a mic somewhere at a powwow and saying, if we can all come together, the United States is afraid, because if we all sobered up and quit using their drugs, we are going to reclaim a lot. And so I recommend utilizing that as well, putting that somewhere in there. I mean, that's just a suggestion, but our Lakota, our indigenous ways, our cultural ways is clear mind, clear body, clear heart, clear soul. And you go into a inipi and you sweat all of that impurities off. And that's the drugs and the alcohol. For me, it's hard to even take aspirin. For a headache, I try all kinds of things, and I try not to get a headache. So I really would propose to you to include drug-free, alcohol-free, and promote that in your campaign, in all of the issues that you're going through, not just the LANDBACK, but I know Indian Collective is vast in a variety of different movements. So I would really want to thank you. I appreciate everything that you guys are doing. And, I've heard some grumbling, and I know it's your stomachs. I've kind of heard that. So I better get you guys going to go eat. And Krystal, I thank you with all my heart. And I let you know that we send greetings to Nick and all of your staff. And we support you, and however we can help you, just keep us in contact. Let's build.
Yeah,
And let's keep this connection going. And thank you guys, and good luck to all of you.
Thank you.
Wo pila, pilamaya. And give you guys a hug. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
Hello, good evening. We are back, and thank you for your patience. I am here this evening with Hannan LaGarry, who is a OST college professor. He did a lot of the work with Uniting Resilience Indigenous Water Alliance. So I'm gonna have him speak about what the process was and how things came out.
Sure. Thanks, Felipa. Yeah, like Felipa mentioned, I'm Dr. Hannan LaGarry. I retired from Oglala Lakota College 2.5 years ago, and since then, I've been working as an independent consultant with the Oglala Sioux tribe, helping write expert opinions and for their different uranium interventions around, and then when asked, provide commentary or advice on things like what we're talking about here today. So my part of the project was January of 2020. I got a call out of the blue from somebody I didn't really know, but I'd been recommended by someone else, and that happens from time to time. So I met Chuck, and we had a series of meetings at a coffee shop in the town I live in. And out of that, he explained, what was going on and asked if I'd help out. And so sitting there at the coffee shop, we wrote a grant, a $10,000 grant. And then, within a week of finishing that, we were out in the field sampling in the snow and ice. It was me and Muffie and Chuck, and we drove around in the snow and ice and cold, chipping, the ice so we could get to the water. But then we drove around and for 3 days sampled water up and down the South Dakota, western South Dakota. I live in Nebraska, so I kind of have that on my head. But anyway, we went out and despite the weather and the cold and sampling in the pitch dark by headlights in the middle of nowhere, we got the 16 samples, and we had worked out a deal with South Dakota State University to do the analyses. We got the samples there in time. They ran our analyses for us, and we found, once the analyses were done, the idea of the before I go any further, I'll talk about just the idea of it a little bit. So when I was approached at first, it was about how can we use some analysis of some kind to figure out if the contamination we're seeing in a particular water body came from a man-made source, like a uranium mine. And there is some literature about that, and under some circumstances it can be done. It's called elemental analysis. We partnered with a chemistry and engineering laboratory at SDSU, and they did our analyses for us. Right. So once the analyses came back, we went out looking, expecting to find uranium in some amount because it's ubiquitous in our area, but we weren't quite prepared for how much we found. And when we sampled in January, and that's when a lot of the rivers around have their lowest flow and contaminants are most concentrated. People still drink the water in the wintertime, right? We all have to drink regardless of whether it's summer and winter, and livestock still use it, and it's still used for different things. But we were under a little bit of time pressure. There had been, some other events had gone on. The Oglala Sioux Tribe's pipeline, it's shared by OST and Rosebud, and other reservations. But the pipeline intake was one of the things we sampled, and it was over the maximum contaminant level for both uranium and mercury. Because we did a study in the wintertime, of course, the standard practice to do the same kind of thing in winter, spring, summer, and fall. So you get, seasonal data. because in the spring, when the flow is at its highest, that's when the contaminants are most dilute, and it's important to know about that. But the uranium was really high, and also mercury is really high, and and mercury is troubling. It's troubling. With something like uranium, there can be short-term effects, but a lot of the effects are longer term. Steady consumption of uranium and having it in your stomach and in your bloodstream, as it accumulates and sits around in there, it could easily eventually produce a tumor. And all a tumor is a cell that's damaged during the act of reproducing, which is normal because when cells wear out and they're replaced, they replace themselves. So as your cells wear out, new cells grow and replace the old ones, and so they're constantly dividing. So if you introduce something like a alpha particle emitter into the human body, there's the potential for one of these particles, and there's lots of them. If you have a lot of this stuff in you, there's a lot of these alpha particles that shoot off, and they're like little bullets inside your body, and they can damage your dividing cells. And if it hits it just right, the cell starts to grow out of control, and that's a tumor. And they become their own little organism within your body. Yeah, that's cancer from uranium. But mercury affects the brain. It goes after your brainstem. It can lower your IQ, and it can make you more aggressive. And then I just learned from a friend and colleague, a former student, that blood clots are also a common problem in premature birth and things like that. Right, so mercury was a bit of a surprise, and during the treaty conference here, we heard a little bit about potential sources of mercury in the environment: coal-fired power plants, coal mines, as a legacy effect of gold mining. Also, mercury co-occurs with uranium in some circumstances, and it's entirely possible that legacy uranium mining is a source. So our goal was to use the chemical fingerprinting, but it turns out we couldn't. I mean, there was just too much contamination to tease out a man-made chemistry signal. And so we realized that what we were looking at wasn't trace amounts of contamination leached from the rocks, or even a small or faint chemical signal from a mine. What we were getting was the overwhelming chemical and overwhelming toxic heavy metal contamination from legacy mining. At least that's what I still think that, because there's just so much. There's just so much. And a lot of the rivers we sampled pass almost exclusively over pure shale. So they're not gonna pick up uranium and mercury from that. They're gonna pick up arsenic, which is the common stuff in the pure shale. So where is this mercury coming from? And nobody knows for sure. I mean, our study wasn't for that. Ours was just a grab samples. We sampled 16 rivers. We sampled the Cheyenne River, the White River, Porcupine Creek, Wounded Knee Creek, and many more. The Moreau, Cherry Creek. So it basically every major waterway along the western side of South Dakota, and all the major waterways on the Pine Ridge Reservation, almost as far west as Rosebud. So we couldn't pick out a uranium mine signal. Another way we could have gone about it, and when Chuck and I were first writing the grant, we decided not to do the second route, and that's alpha spectrometry. What that does is that gets at the isotopes of uranium, which have a certain ratio in nature, and then mining uranium preferentially dissolves some isotopes over others, and so the natural ratio of elements is askew when we're looking at man-made, like in situ leach mining residue and things like that. So I mean, that could be done, but that uses even harder to acquire equipment and requires even more participation from outside groups. And not that that's a bad thing, but the alpha spectrometry laboratory we had available to us was located in the Homestake mine at 4,850 feet, side by side with the antimatter project and the dark matter project. But working in the Homestake mine has its challenges. Someday we hope to have an access to an alpha spectrometer, maybe soon, where we can do that kind of work. And that's I mean, all of this is a shot in the dark. In digging into this, the rules governing uranium mining in the United States are such that the preliminary characterization of a site before mining begins, which is where we get these elemental ratios that we'd use. Sometimes that work doesn't go on, or it isn't done well, and that was part of our challenge. Although it still should have been possible, if under some circumstances, to be able to tease out, some of the trace elements that we'd expect from an ISL mine. So I learned at this conference that several groups are now taking an interest. Rosebud has a keen interest in the mercury problem now. Also, there's treaty organizations that are taking this on, especially around legacy gold mining in the Black Hills. So that's how I came to be involved with the project. The first widespread dissemination of this work that we did was here at the treaty conference. It's not peer reviewed because of the short time turnaround. The peer review, acceptance, and publication process, typically, if it's an online publication, 18 months to 2 years. If it's a regular print publication, 5 years. And we didn't, in our judgment, we didn't have time to wait. That wasn't what we were about to do. The tribe's water problems are so severe that we needed some parameters immediately, as soon as possible. And that's still true. Now that we know how much mercury there is around, we really have to dig into that and get that solved.
Okay, thank you for that, Hannan. Okay, so what are, as far as after getting these testings done and seeing the numbers as far as the uranium and so what would a next step be for the tribes to do to help clean the water or to help with filter the water? Would it be okay to say that we would be having to put filters on all the houses within the tribes?
There's a couple of things. Yeah, filters would be one of them. There's a couple of ways the tribe can go. I was talking to our colleague Reno Red Cloud, the director of the OST Natural Resources Regulation Agency, in his view, and hopefully he'll join us and he can talk more about this. But in his view, that legacy mining I was talking about, that's the waste piles, there used to be open pit mines in western South Dakota, to get at uranium, and they're a vast area of Fall River County to our west, and the talus piles are 100 feet high and cover miles and miles and miles and miles. It's a large amount, very large amount of talus mine waste, and it's never been remediated. Nothing's been done to curtail or control or mitigate the leach from that, the leaching water. There's sulfur in the rocks. The water is acid and it leaches, and the uranium gets loose in the environment from those talus piles. And in Reno's opinion, that's probably the source of most of what we saw, and I'm inclined to agree. And so one of the first priorities would be to get after those. They're Superfund sites, but there are things that can be done, even planting grass over them, right, to keep the water from going through it. so quickly and dissolving so much of it. So I mean, there's things that can be done. Ideally, it would be all hauled away and put someplace. It could be buried in situ, where it is, just fill in the old mines with it, and then maybe grass it over. But those are Band-Aid solutions. And hopefully, if that was the route that the tribe took, pushing for that, I mean, that would slow the introduction of the stuff, and maybe we'd see levels lower. Okay, so that's cutting it off at its source. Or if the uranium mines are contaminating and are part of that, well, we'd like to get rid of those too. And there's a couple of legal interventions going on to do that. Another thing people can do is like Felipa was saying, was get filters. And now the filters, there's a lot of ways to go. I mean, I know people who use Brita. Brita filters are perfectly effective. They're just really short-lived. They don't last very long. Uranium is a strongly electrically charged atom, and it gobbles up all the places that can suck the uranium out of the water and uses it all up. And so you have to go through your Britas super fast. Also, there's under the sink filters. They're like the size of a large propane can for the grill, and you screw it under your sink, and then your sink water gets filtered. They're made of resin beads. The resin beads in that filter draw off the uranium, and the uranium coats the beads. And the filters will also do other things besides uranium. So the filters will get most of the contaminants. But the more contaminants you have, the shorter lived the filter. And then with those resin beads effectively become a nuclear waste. You can get a bigger filters. You can get a community-sized one. When I was at OLC, we participated in installing one in the Porcupine area, and I think that one's still running and might be filtering the water for a few families in that area. But it's bigger. It's about the size of a hot water heater. And then you can get even bigger ones. One's big enough to park in front of the intake of the Mini-Wachoni pipeline and possibly filter the water that comes through. Those are resin bead filters. There's also reverse osmosis. Those use big plastic sheets as osmotic membranes. The water passes through, but the plastic sheet catches the cations, the uranium and mercury atoms. but that's the same. We have the same issue with that. Is that anytime you filter uranium out, you've got a filter with uranium on it, right? And so then what do you do with that? That becomes nuclear waste, like medical waste, like an X-ray plate that has to be disposed of. There's facilities around that bury that underground, but that has to be considered. If that's going to be a reservation-wide thing or a South Dakota statewide thing, then that has to be considered. But yeah, filtering is probably the best way. What can people do before they get a filter? There's lots of things they can do. And I advise people, if you're in a situation where you can't get your water filtered, the best thing to do is to try to dilute the contaminants using bottled water or even less contaminated water. It does make a difference. I've got the data here in front of me. Thanks, Felipa. Yeah, I can talk about that to get specific amounts, right? So the maximum contaminant level for uranium is 30 parts per billion. That means that if you've got a billion uranium molecules or uranium atoms or compound molecules, if it's in combination with something, then 30 of those out of that billion water molecules happens to be uranium. But what I think is lost for a lot of people is, how many water atoms are there in a cubic centimeter of water? 10 to the 26th. That's 10 with 26 zeros, right? So there's still billions of uranium atoms in that cubic centimeter of water. It's not just 30, right? So we drink them by the billions. Fortunately, our kidneys can filter them out. We can pee them out, but over time, accumulation is bound to occur. So what can people do? If you're accumulating uranium in your body and it's in your bloodstream, you basically just have to wait it out and hope. but it accumulates as sediment in your stomach. I'll come back to that. And it accumulates in your stomach, and then it hangs around there, and you can take pills and stuff to get it out. You can do different things to dilute your water. What you shouldn't do is boil your water. Okay, so because that just concentrates the contaminants. So I'm looking at the data we got. The Cheyenne River, it was at 55.4 parts per billion. We have 3 samples from the White River. The lowest is 63.9 parts per billion, double the maximum contaminant level. The highest is 108.2 parts per billion. That's 3 times the maximum contaminant level. Let's see, White Clay Creek, 38 parts per billion. The Little White River, 32 parts per billion. Wounded Knee Creek, 41 parts per billion. White Horse Creek, 50.1 parts per billion. Porcupine Creek, 46.7. No Flesh Creek, 32.5. Potato Creek, 27.7. That's one of the lower ones. The Belle Fourche River, 49.1. The Grand River, 24.7. The Moreau River, 45.5. Cherry Creek, 53.3. And the intake of the Mini-Wachoni pipeline on the Missouri River, 30.5. The mercury MCL is 15, and like the uranium, these sites all had high levels of mercury as well. So filtering, but I spend a lot of time thinking about this. I spent 6 months last year, trying to come up with some recommendations, and I thought that there's filters and there's things, right? There's these hard things that would have to happen, right? Getting the cooperation of government agencies and counties and all this. And there's challenges to doing something like cleaning up Edgemont's talus piles, and it's going to take years, maybe a decade. So what do people do in the interim? Well, I mean, it would really help if there was more transparency, where people on the in and around the reservation were aware of every water test that goes on. If they were posted in public buildings like cab offices or whatever, then then people could see them, and they could participate in keeping track of it. And then and if they're uneasy about the contaminant levels in their community, they can go to their local their district councils, or they can go to other elected leaders, and they could call up the tribal agencies. I mean, there's things people can do, and I'm not a tribal member. My family is from Quebec, Canada, largely, and also some old Mayflower English from New England. Although I've picked the French side to identify with. And so this is I'm here to advise and support. But I mean, I can part of that advice would be, initiate other what I call soft measures, behavioral things that people can do, ranging. I think the first recommendation that I suggested in my report was that that more emphasis being placed on telling some of the traditional stories, in Lakota that concern water, right? Because it's these concepts are built into the language. Some of the concepts that how the people view their relationship to the world and why water is sacred. And so if you teach kids that worldview instead of what they see on TV, then you can instill in them, an environmental consciousness. Much like the difference between kids these days have a much higher environmental consciousness than I did when I was a kid. And that's because in the 1970s, people started talking about garbage and trash and pollution. And when I was a kid, it was Godzilla versus the smog monster, right? So the smog monster was like a personification of the world's toxic pollution, right? So start with the kids, and start with the language, and then start with transparency, so that, if people are aware of what's happening to their water, right, then they're more inclined to elect people who also care about their water, right? And that's how you get action, from your local government. Is if you don't like the way your town is being run for city council, right? And then have a say. It's the same way. I mean, if you're concerned about water, run for elected office and then carry your views with you, into that office, because that's where real change needs to take place. I mean, someone like me can run around, the prairie forever, sampling badlands and testing water, but until that strikes a nerve with somebody, that nothing really happens to improve it or change it. So I mean, so pay attention to who's being elected and why and what for, and what it is they support. That's a big one, because political will to combat things like climate change and water contamination. I mean, there's a lot of interests that will lose money, if these situations change, right? There's why, if a population is sick, you can sell them health care, right? That's what it is. And even though there's IHS and stuff, right? That's still, it generates money and moves money around, and people profit from that. Not the people who are sick and suffering from the contamination, but the ones that have the resources, to get them through it. I mean, that's part of it. And in our case here in this part of the country, we want to get these uranium mines out. They're serial polluters, and in order to do that, we need that political will, and we need the data, because it's going to be a combination of data and political will that brings it all to an end.
Okay, thank you, Hannah. And we really appreciate you being an ally with us. We're doing this for our tribes, and you're in there helping and doing this research and getting these tests done. And we do appreciate you being one of our allies and helping us to get all this information and gather it and put it together. So we do thank you for that. I just want to mention that, when Hannah and my wife, Muffie and Chuck, went out and did the testing, I stayed at home, and when they returned, and Hanna did his report, my wife showed it to me, and I didn't understand any of the numbers that was on that report. I didn't know what they meant. I was just like, I didn't know. So when she explained it to me about what those numbers meant, it was hard. It was hard for me, because nobody knew how high the uranium was in our creeks, in our river, in our water. And I have children and grandchildren that live on our reservation, and I got scared, and I wanted to tell people about these tests and these numbers. I didn't say nothing. I did tell my mom, my mother, my Ina, and I did tell my children. My Ina drives all the way from the reservation to get her water. She doesn't drink the water to Rapid City. So, I mean, I'm really glad that they did this testing, and I just would like, if anybody can support them, to go out and do more testing and support what our fight is and what we're trying to do to help the Oceti Sakowin. So, Hannan, with that, okay, how can a political leader get a buy-in?
Yeah, that transparency I was talking about, right? So I mean, so what has to happen, right? In order for political leadership to change and move in the direction of solving these problems, you got to elect people. You got to elect the right people. And there's good-hearted people everywhere, but there's more to it than just having a good heart is the perfect place to start, but it's also a lot of hard work, and it involves lots of people. I was having a conversation earlier, and I was asked, what's it going to take, and I think it's going to take a diverse group of people. I'm a scientist, but but some people aren't convinced by science. There's other, they're convinced by something else, right? A lot of people, like it is with COVID and stuff, they don't take anything seriously until it happens to them. So people who have had a relative die of cancer, they're really aware of uranium. If somebody has blood clots or a premature birth from blood clots from the mercury, they're very aware of the problem. So they don't need convincing. But there's a lot of people, like the people that haven't had COVID, they don't think it's real. It doesn't affect them, right? And so, but the ironic part is that once it gets bad enough, to affect those people and convince them, it's on the verge of being too late. So conferences like the one we're at now, papers like the one I did, there's problems with it. It's not peer reviewed, so colleagues haven't looked at it. I've shared it with colleagues, and they're like, "Oh yeah, you should do some more," right? And that's what it is. It's a first step. I would call it a pilot study. It was simply it was well done, but it was limited, right? But the thing that we learn from limited pilot studies like that is there a problem worth pursuing? Or not, because sometimes, there might be a high uranium or high mercury in just one little place, like we thought west of Pine Ridge, but until you actually go out and sample and test, you don't know what it is in the adjacent watersheds, or in the case for, the White River where we sampled it was on the southern border of the reservation, almost Nebraska, but then, and you can't generalize to the northern part of South Dakota, 200 miles away. You actually have to go there and sample it, right? And so I would like to see the Belle Fourche River sampled from its headwaters to the confluence of the Missouri. I'd like to see the Missouri sampled the whole way, right? So that we can better understand what this is, because it could come down to people not drawing water from where they live, or moving if there's too much of it around and they're too much at risk, or if they have small children, if they have elders, right? So that the exposure is there. And the problem with these toxic heavy metals is that they have no smell. They have no taste. Radiation burns you, but it burns you in such a way that it's between your nerve endings and you never feel it until it gets super severe. Right. So you can be damaged by this stuff and have no real symptoms until too late, right? Until that tumor appears, or until that blood clot appears. And that's how it is with these contaminants. If it was stinky sewage, like an organic contaminant might be, then you'd have that. Might have a chemical smell, or it might smell like decay or something. But that's not how it is with the metals. If they're super concentrated, sometimes there's a coppery taste that goes with it, but not always. Uranium is a metal, mercury is a metal, so they taste metallic, but not all the time under all circumstances. And that's the thing, is that people don't realize they're being exposed, and the data is out there. But it's not widely shared. It's shared among the scientists. They have no trouble getting a hold of it. It's just emailing PDFs around. But what about people who live out in the country, in a more remote county somewhere? They don't know. So part of it is informing people, and if people know, they know, and they get, I'm scared about this stuff too. Earlier in my career, and when I was doing mapping and finding all these uranium outcrops around, I didn't realize the danger I was in, but now I do, because I'm better informed. And it's that way with everybody. Once everybody gets better informed, then they can make those informed decisions, which is why all government to government consultations and things like that, and activities, and require the informed consent of the people, right? You need the people need to be informed, because they need to know that their elected leaders, or the people that are appointed by those elected leaders, whether they're effective in helping them or not.
Okay, with that being said, can you about the elected leaders, can you tell us a little bit about Red Dawn Foster's legislation on the surface and groundwater?
Sure. So we know about the redistricting that happens, and the possibility that Red Dawn might lose her Senate seat, in the next election, or very likely will. I mean, that's why it was redistricted the way it was. So she views this as possibly her last best chance, to make a significant impact in this area. And so in the last couple days since this conference has started, we've talked to some people. We've talked to some water managers. We've talked to the Tribal Chairman's Water Alliance. We've talked to a bunch of people to figure out what everybody's priorities are. And the priorities are water quality. To this point, most of the focus, like in Nebraska and South Dakota, has been on quantity. Quantity is fine, and everybody would like more water. But what they don't consider is that once water is contaminated and can't be drunk, used by animals, put on plants, right? Water can be easily contaminated to the point where it's not usable anymore, right? So that's the same as having no water. All it does is take up space and be radioactive, right? So the more water is contaminated, the less we actually have, and that, to me, that's super important, because you want water that's clean enough to drink so that it doesn't harm you, but that's a tough one. Did I answer your question, or did I get off track? I'm good.
No, you're good.
What was
You
the surface and ground?
the surface and the groundwater. As far as the legislation with the
Right.
Red Dawn.
Oh yeah. So part of that legislation, there's part of it will be to create a record. With all of something like, with introducing some legislation, the senator can get the definition of terms into the official state record. She can call witnesses to testify during hearings to expose more of this problem and dig into it a little bit. And one of the goals of the legislation will be to get South Dakota to recognize that surface and groundwater are part of the same system and should be managed as one thing. Right? So there's this concept in hydrogeology called the water cycle. Rain comes down, some soaks in, some runs off. And if it's in the surface water, it evaporates, or transpiration from plants, it goes back up into the atmosphere, and the cycle resumes. So when rainwater gets into streams and rivers, the streams can lose water to the aquifers they pass over if the aquifers don't have water in them. And streams can also gain water from overfull aquifers that they flow over. So when a stream loses water to an aquifer, it's called a losing stream. When it gains water from an aquifer, it's called a gaining stream. Right? And so there's complete exchange. And that's not even counting things like secondary porosity. Secondary porosity is faults, fractures, and cracks in the rock that allow fluids to migrate. And we're close to the Black Hills. The entire region is fractured and faulted and busted up. The whole place is like a sieve, and water can travel underground through secondary porosity all over the place, and places you wouldn't expect. What are some of the consequences of that, right? So, I mean, Chadron, Nebraska got its water up prior to 2007 from a stream that fed by springs along the Pine Ridge. And then we had a 3.1 earthquake, and the water in that feeder stream disappeared. It all went down into a crack into the aquifers. All right. So, I mean, that's the perfect example that I can think of. I mean, a stream disappeared. And so we had to relocate Chadron's water supply to a abandoned center pivot 20 miles south of town. That happens. So the idea would be that if we can get South Dakota to acknowledge that groundwater and surface water mix and are part of the same system, at least within an individual basin, then that would help tremendously. Because then when contaminants are introduced to the surface water, we would automatically worry about the groundwater. When contaminants are found in the groundwater, we would automatically worry about the surface water. And so overall, we'd just be paying more attention to the water. And you can do things like you can introduce dye, chemical dyes, and they biodegrade, so they're not harmful to the environment. But you can introduce these dyes into surface water, and it'll find its way into groundwater and then come up out of a well. You can also pump dyes down into the well and watch for it at springs, right? And so this is how you establish how the water moves around underground and on the surface through and around the landscape. And you have to do that. The agencies over on Rosebud, I learned, are very advanced at that. They have a really good understanding of their reservation and where their streams gain water and where they lose water. I would love to see that done on Pine Ridge. There's a lot of Badlands area that are all cracked and faulted, and water disappears through those cracks. Also, there's cracks everywhere, and water comes out. We have a lot of springs. So what's going on with that as the contamination increases and climate change goes on? I mean, this is all important stuff to know. And the better informed tribal governments are about their entire system, they can manage it better, right? So the idea would be, to move this forward, and by improving the water circumstances across the entire state of South Dakota, which is what the South Dakota legislature would do, then that would decrease demands because people off reservations want the water that's on reservations, right? But if the people off the reservations, if their water was better, you wouldn't need to go over and want the reservation's water, right? So improving the water circumstances of everybody in South Dakota would benefit the tribes. It would create less demand on their water, and more water would be available for their purposes. It would also possibly change the culture surrounding it. There's nothing like realizing that, and it might be just information. If Red Dawn can get a lot of publicity and draw a lot of attention to this issue, it might have an impact on the off reservation ranchers. They might start to worry and be concerned about their water, because the rivers we sampled, everybody uses them, right? The Missouri River is a big deal. And all these and some of the people we talked to on our sampling trip, we talked to one gal who had a ranch, and we sampled the water in her place, and she was telling us about the issues she was having with her cattle. And she was non-native and very interested in what we were doing. She even took the time to take us out through the deep snow in her tractor and got us close to the water so we could sample it. So people do care. They just don't know. They don't follow science blogs on the internet. They don't read numbers, or they don't go to get scientific papers. They just don't have any idea that this is going on. So better informing people is I think a huge thing. So that's got to be important. And if Red Dawn can accomplish that would be great. That would be Senator Foster's. That'd be a good legacy. That'd be a great way to spend, your time in the legislature, is doing something meaningful. And that's what she wants to do. That's what she charged us with when she asked us to sit down and write something up for her. And by doing all this under water quality, there's a lot of things we can do. We can get the ceremonial use of water recognized, right?
Okay. Time.
Oh, I'm out of time.
Yeah, I apologize for that, but I do thank you for being on here with us, Hannah. And we will be back in 2 minutes.
All righty.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello, we are back from the EBT trail at Walmart with our push carts. So we are here at the Holiday Inn in Rapid City, second floor, Uniting Resilience Indigenous Water Alliance. We'd like to thank you for joining us tonight, and everybody that has been on and has been a part of this very powerful, powerful movement. I really appreciate all of you, and I encourage you to go ahead and hit us up on our websites. You know, everybody that we had speaking to today and right now have websites, and you can reach out and see what our movement is and see how we're growing. And we are really coming into a super area of unification of very, very powerful matriarchal and very, very powerful allies supporting this movement and recognizing that we all need to work together. And with that, I want to let her introduce herself, but we have a really good supernova of our Indigenous Turtle Island, and I am so happy to call her my friend, and she is here, and I call her my Indigenous sister. This is Robin. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Happy Wash Day. We went into the evening now, so I'm Robin LeBeau, Imachiape, Tatanka Agliwi Imachiape. I'm from Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe. I have a nonprofit called the Tumbleweed Society. Other than that, I'm just a human being, doing my part in this earth, you know, wherever I can to empower people and empower whatever movement I feel in my Nagi, my soul, that I can really get behind and stand behind and put my energies into. Mm-hmm. And so water has always been that movement in human rights and civil rights. And so that's just a little bit about me, Robin.
Right on. Okay, so one of the biggest things that is going on is, and how I know you, is that you were an officer, law enforcement officer as well. And you know, we met, I think it was a couple years ago when we was on our quest with the Cheyenne River. We started conversation, and you know, I asked a couple people there, and they were telling me about you, and then we kind of visited some, and you know, you're very, very resilient. You've come through so much, and I really appreciate, you know, you're not even old yet, and yet you've been through a lot and you've experienced a lot. And I know this IRA government, you was a part of that. And so you've seen it from a level of working within this governmental positions, and then working within the voting process and the getting in elected, and then, you know, you experienced a health issue, and now you're viewing it from a, you know, your Tumbleweed Society is really about the environment and all these issues of our government. One of the biggest things, I was sitting there thinking about this, and I wanted to bring this up with you, was what I realized as a law enforcement officer and as an Indigenous strong female, you know, that the Constitution of the United States, which we had to make a pledge to, an oath, we had to take that with that Bible. The United States Constitution is only set forth for one thing. And I know that, and we need to get this out there, because nobody wants to talk about this. And it's, the Constitution is only there to protect a white, or shall I say a Caucasian male. That's all that Constitution was designed by Caucasian males, to protect Caucasian males. And they left those gray areas so they can float and get themselves out of certain issues as well. But they utilize it to really take down the indigenous minority people on Turtle Island. How do you feel about how that is designed and how us as women were just held down through that? How do you feel about that? And what do you want to get out to everybody on that issue?
Wow, that was a lot. that was a lot. We went from IRA to the Constitution to, let's break down some huge barriers, and so one thing is we always say, in God we trust. I swear to defend all foreign and domestic.
Yep.
And so you really have to look at the oath that we take in not only the Constitution, but we take it in the in everything. IRA, it's the same oath all the way across when you become a police officer, any sworn office that you take. So who is your commitment really to? And how I always looked at it is how my ancestors always taught me, and they said they can make you do whatever they want, like they made us do in the boarding schools. They made us, and we had to do that or we were going to get beat. And some of us were almost, beat to death if we didn't swear to that Bible or, and we had to do some of these things to survive. And so my job is to help the people. And so do I 100% solely believe that oath? Does it mean that I don't have any integrity? Does it mean that I don't have any ethics? No, because my grandparents raised me. They raised me with some morals and ethics, Lakota values. So my commitment is under the Milky Way, under the stars, a creation. And like I said when we spoke on Monday, if you can't understand that my race is Lakota, that we have 4 bands, and you can't accept me for who I am, first and foremost, before I'm even supporting like Two-Spirit or Muslim or anything, Christianity, I'm Lakota, you're Lakota. Everybody is Lakota if we're talking to someone from the Oceti Sakowin or the Titawan people.
Yep.
We can't take that away. I can't take it away that I'm this you know how long it took me to say that I'm a woman of color? I'm like, they said, you're a woman of color. Oh, I've always been brown. I just really didn't understand that. Then on top of that, I'm now doing, like you brought up, the police officer role. That was huge because, of course, us women can't do that role. Let alone go to a paramilitary training where some men don't pass. But yet we passed, and so that was held against us too because we were passing at a place that, and then now we're in resilience fights where they don't want us to be at either. They told me in the IRA, you can't be here because leadership roles like this you can't have. So everywhere I'm going, because this Constitution, like you said, is for wig wearers, I call them, gray wig wearers, because that's the parliament. You got to take it back to the Papa Bowl, back to the Queen, and who's running Canada. And they constantly telling us no, 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 no. And so I just said no. Somebody told me somewhere I could be anything I can be, and don't ever let anyone tell you no. And us, we have a way of life. So if you can't accept me, first and foremost, whoever's out there listening, that I am a Lakota, I'm a Lakotawiya, I have a role, and I have a way of life. And my creation story is I come from Wind Cave, and I'm of the Buffalo people, Pete Oyate. I said my Lakota name. It's woman who brings back the buffalo. That's huge. My family named that when I was 16, Tatanka Gliwi. I have to live up to a woman who brings back the buffalo. Look at all these people wanting to bring back the buffalo now. When my son was 9, me and my son, when I first got on the IRA, we had to stand for the buffalo in the middle of winter. 22,000 acres of our tribe was going to be seized by the IRA. And the U.S. Marshals were coming at us. I don't tell that story very much, too. But the land was going to be taken and we were going to go into receivership. So a lot of people look at you on that oath, but it's not that I have no ethics or integrity for that oath that you take. I always remember that I have a obligation to the Creator. And as long as I'm keeping my life right with Him in line, I don't care what they say, you know? So that's how I feel about that oath.
That Constitution.
Yeah, that Constitution, you know, because look at the 14th Amendment says Indians not taxed, and the First Amendment says Indian not taxed.
Mm-hmm.
But why did they make that? You guys are talking about redistricting in the state of South Dakota. It was for Indians to be counted.
Yep.
You know, Indians to be, all we are is a number to people. That's it. Just keep counting us and taking and taking and taking from us. Let's count them so we can use them to vote, because what if not, we're going to violate their 1968 Indian Civil Rights Act, you know. But
put them in prisons.
Yep. Get the money for it, take their children, get their money for the foster care.
Yep.
But we're not going to let them have any real rights. But we're going to make them go fight their war and use their language to win those wars. See?
Mm-hmm.
It's constantly using us, but never giving us anything back that was already ours to take, or ours
to have.
Yeah, we were already here, and they just keep taking. We have to remind them that.
Yeah, I really, really love that, and I almost thought in my mind that you would say exactly what you said on the wig wearers, because that's what I call them too. And you know, the Mount Rushmore, those are the wig wearers. Those are the wig wearers, and as long as Mount Rushmore is in the Black Hills, there's going to be racism. And that's hard because, you know, my wife and I, we have 5 children and numerous, you know, grandchildren on the way, and yet unborn Tako just coming. And how do we deal with that, knowing that they are going to be subjected to this racism? I mean, right now, here in Rapid City, and the reasoning for all of the things happening in Indigenous country is that the Lakota Nation Invitational is being held, and there's like over 25 teams here, and all of the motels are packed with Indigenous people. How are we gonna be okay with the constant knowledge that, you know, these kids are growing up and they're playing in a place that was renamed? They've just built a new thing, and it's called the Monument in recognition of Mount Rushmore, and they call this the President's State. And you know, I know from our great grandfathers, and I'm sure you have some really powerful stories about these things, is that I always want to come to this, that how can we allow these 4 white wig wearers in our SAPA, our sacred SAPA? And you know, you did some good work with the Peshla, and you was not recognized for that. I recognize you right now. That's good work. I honor and respect you in going with your moccasins on the ground, knocking on those doors, getting that support, and getting that mazaska for all the Indigenous tribes to receive that, and we have that there in the hills now, and that kind of feels good. That really feels good for all of our Oceti Sakowin. But how do we start my wife and I were going home last night and we experienced racism. It's 2020. I'm 53 years old, man. And what do you tell your son? What are we going to tell our grandkids? How would you address that right now with all of these people watching?
What I address it is how I address our Tumbleweed societies. We have to keep empowering our own selves first and our own people. Once you build yourself up to love yourself first, and you kind of, when you build that love up so much, you start dismantling a mindset, and you encourage that unbreeding of racism, because each racist person is breeding a mindset.
Mm-hmm.
And so each generation is breeding a mindset of racism. And year after year, we're just going to keep on breeding this.
Yep.
And how are we supposed to encourage, the Beatles sang songs, Elton John, all these people sang beautiful songs. Trudell talked about it. People talked about all ending these racism. And but yet we're still breeding it.
Mm-hmm.
And when I say breeding it, it's when you have a new child born, if you don't teach them the colors, you don't teach them they're not supposed to love certain genders. You're supposed to love one another as a human being. All this stuff. You can wear whatever you want to wear. Then you're stopping that cycle. You're breaking those cycles. So some of the biggest people that are still infiltrated in the state of South Dakota haven't broke those barriers. And so we just have to keep breaking those barriers. We just have to keep getting stronger. We just have to keep pushing forward beyond them and working around them and growing stronger and infiltrating their systems. We did a little bit of infiltrating on them at a water meeting.
Yep. Yes, we did.
And they looked at us in fear, like we were going to be violent.
Mm-hmm.
And here we were funny, and we said what we had to say, and boom, we left.
Mm-hmm.
And they're expecting now, some people want to go a different way. That's fine. There's a time and place for that. Every movement you take, there's a time and place.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how I deal with that. But we are a people now that have mixed culture now.
Mm-hmm.
And we have to prepare that, and we have to prepare the old ones, and we have to stop that breeding. And each generation is going to be growing stronger, because that one love and that unity is coming stronger. And as long as we're doing it, we're growing stronger than those who are still breeding it.
Right.
And that's dismantling that mindset. If you're dismantling that mindset, then that word colonizing and decolonizing, that's obsolete, because that's their words.
Right.
We're dismantling a mindset. It's all up here. And once you do that, you're coming back to your creator and our creation stories and stuff like that.
So would you go out on a limb and go and draft up something and start a process of getting rid of that Mount Rushmore?
Oh, heck yeah.
I'm
with dismantling that that mindset over there, in those minds that their heads, and people say it's part of our history and all of that, but we don't see any statues other than Crazy Horse being built throughout South Dakota. And actually, I took my nieces and nephews to Pierce, South Dakota, where you can see a whole museum of the KKK stuff inside of there. And I wanted them to see that because they have a whole museum on KKK. And there's little subliminal messages and things in these buildings if you go around to the courthouses and stuff of who some of the founders are and stuff. And that might be a whole nother podcast here, but South Dakota has a strong history on those images there. And that's what our kids aren't being taught in the school system. And that's what our kids aren't seeing. But you take them down to that little museum there, or whatever it's called in South Dakota, and there's a whole cape and all of that and everything. Hood. Yeah, all of that. So these are conversations that we need to talk about. And there's statues and stuff, but where is our Lakota leaders and stuff? So,
well, I for one, I've been waiting, and I'm sure you have been just in the same aspect that I am.
I think we're gonna have a joined party here, right? Yep.
And the thing about it is that, I've seen our elder women and our elder men, and they've taken up somewhat of a fight on that issue. But I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna say that I would like to see this in my lifetime, that Mount Rushmore be dismantled and taken down.
Yeah.
I'd love to get the younger generations inspired by, there are some of us that were raised with knowing that those 4 heads up there that are called Mount Rushmore, this is called the Mount Rushmore State. And Theodore Roosevelt,
if I could interrupt you real fast.
Go ahead.
Here's one thing we can start with if we're going to make some South Dakota legislation thing. Okay, so and I say sometimes we have to chip away at these little things like this. So okay, we're going to chip away at this big old rock. Okay,
Yep.
So let's start with chipping away. I've been working with my good Chimpanzee, Ellie, and me. We had a good conversation about this. What do you see when you drive into South Dakota? Welcome to South Dakota. Great faces, great places. And it looks like a big old EBT card, your EBT statement. Well, how come there isn't nothing that says anything about the Oceti Sakowin or the Tetuan people?
Yep, Indigenous.
So I want legislation. When we meet with those 7 people, let's draft something that shows a whole different side entering South Dakota. Let's change that right off. Why we have to look at a big old EBT card every time we come into our homelands with those great faces?
That's absolutely correct. I am.
Can Uniting Resilience start with that?
Yes.
Let's chip away at this rock. Let's chip away at take those signs down.
Start with the state.
Exactly.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So thank you for that. We still haven't completed, but we are very, very honored and I'm very blessed to have.
That was young.
Go ahead, and I can't even believe that we are in the same location, and I really thank you for coming here. And go ahead, I'm gonna give you the mic to.
Thank you. Chante was saying na pe chiusapi. Mini tahiowi hamachapi na mini yoha najiwi hamachapi. A woman who stands by the water and woman who loves the water. Those are my given names from my family and my people. So I'm not accustomed to being handed the microphone. I've always seized it much of my life, and I've never been short and sweet in my life. So I'll try very hard to accommodate the time here. I just came from downstairs and they're talking about co-management, and kind of raised my hand and asked to speak, but the bureaucrats are busy, the Forest Service and the USDA. But I spent my life in a life struggle for our people. And I primarily worked for Oglala Nation for 40 years. In 1973, after Wounded Knee, the traditional chiefs came to Standing Rock and asked for a treaty conference. And Standing Rock, being a pretty stable government at that time, was accommodating. It was not without the bumps in the road because the attorneys and the bureaucracy tried desperately not to have it and not to answer. But when Chief Wilkescrow came in full regalia with the entourage from Oglala Nation, and he spoke only in Lakota, and he addressed the Standing Rock Tribal Council. He came out of there with a unanimous decision to host the Standing Rock Sioux Tribe would host the first International Indian Treaty Council. And so that was held on June 20th, 1974. And 5,000 people came from many, many Indigenous groups. And I want to explain the word Indigenous because I heard it twice today in the commentary amongst our people. When we followed the mandate of the traditional chiefs who drafted that first declaration at Standing Rock in 1974. Two objectives, very simple. And that's the way our people are, like the Sundance objective, very simple, to live. And so that declaration had two objectives, and the first one was to go to the United Nations and seek their assistance for what was happening at Wounded Knee and Oglala Nation. The men being murdered on the outskirts, the goons that were a part of the running over of the people there, the desperate need and hour of Oglala Nation. So in 3 years, we sought the credentials to participate in the United Nations structure. And we did that in 1977. We acquired the credentials to participate. And we were advised that that was historic because it took an African nation 17 years before they could acquire their credentials. So we coordinated and hosted the first international conference on Indian people and their lands in Geneva, Switzerland, on September 23rd, 1977. 1977, yes. So we participated in dialogue, education, communication, and government to government with a priority nation to nation. And so we raised the status of Lakota Nation, Oglala Nation particularly. So for 37 years, we initiated the drafting of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. So when we initially went there, my world, of course, was Lakota. And all the people looked at each other and looked at us, and we could not be a dominating force where we're looking for mutual participation and cooperation and benefit. So I conceded at every level of diplomacy that I could. So then I said, okay, we're Indian. And we still got that look. But in the process, we learned that there are natural peoples from every country in the world. In Japan, the Maasai in Africa, in the Scandinavian countries, the Sami. And so faced with that, we did not have a problem because as Lakotas, we have a worldview with universal standards and pluralistic society. So it's a lesson that I learned that my world was bigger than being Lakota, bigger than the hemisphere being Indian, as we have the misnomer. And the only word that could apply to all the natural peoples, I still didn't like it, was Indigenous. But there was a consensus from all of the natural peoples there that that's possibly a word we could use. I didn't like it because it started out with indigent, and that was not our status because we were very, very rich people in our own standards. But over time, I learned that the customary box is an empty box for our people in the United States. So we desperately need to fill that box with our customary laws, and we have to insist that our laws and traditional knowledge prevail and interpreted from our language, very necessary. So that was my work for 20 years, including the UN, United Nations treaty study, primarily based on the 33 treaties that the United States has with Sioux Nation, with the Lakota, Dakota, and Nakota. And so it took 37 years for that document to be accepted by the world. And in 1996, the countries of Australia, Canada, the United States, and England were the 4 countries that did not accept the declaration. So the chiefs helped me to draft a position paper, which I presented to the UN committee in 1996, that stated that we would initiate the process to light our council fires. By lighting those council fires, we were inviting the spirits of our ancestors to come and help us. So that's what happened at Standing Rock. And I know that the ceremonies were actually done, the spiritual ceremony that needed to be done was also done. So all of our ancestors are here, the portals are open, and evermore in our desperate hour they came. So we called on Sitting Bull and Crazy Horse, Russell Means, Vine Deloria, and every ancestor who stood in the front line on Mother Earth. And so we advised the 4 countries in 1996 that we would do that, and we did it. So time and space is monitored and measured in our own Lakota mindset, and however long it takes to acquire and reach those thresholds, we'll get there in due time. So that's what I wanted to relate to that Indigenous terminology, because yes, that was the first objective, to go to the United Nations and to sit in diplomacy with the entire nations of the world. And a treaty study was done. It took 10 years, and the facilitator was a professor, Martinez, from Cuba. And he was not allowed to come into the United States. So we created a site at Oglala Lakota College, and we testified by satellite. And so technology always intrigued me, because I didn't really understand Wakia Oyate until now. until digital democracy entered Oceti Sakowin camp and helped to defend those who face criminal charges just for exercising the digital democracy. So we testified at that hearing. I did at Kyle, and so there is a document that came out, and that treaty study supports the Lakota Nation as an international concept, acknowledging the treaties under international principles and laws of Vienna Convention 62. So it's recognized by the world community. So I think that we accomplished great missions for Oglala Nation in Geneva. And the second objective is to create an embassy, an office in the Black Hills. That's my interpretation, because it's a nation to nation relationship, and the documents that we have that are part of the treaty, they are all nation to nation and upheld by different attorneys general who served in the United States Congress. So that's what we're talking about today. And so I brought the documents. I have the Sioux Nation mapping, and the mapping is by the 7 council fires. It's a mapping of the Titwa, who are the 7 bands in this area, and the Oglalas have the prerogative to create their own land base, so to speak. So I also serve as a proxy for some landowners in the private sector who have donated their land back to Oceti Sakowin, and we still have to decide a process that we're going to utilize to transfer that land. There's a lady who donated 36 acres back in Wyoming, and according to the mapping, that would belong to Oglala Nation. So there are 3 landowners who I am meeting with this week here in the Black Hills who want to donate their land back. So it's continuing. There's a lady in Utah who wants to $1 donate it for $1 or sell
Wow.
it for $1.
Yeah.
And there's one in North Dakota who is giving a life estate for that land. So the private sector is a part of that. And so at Oceti Sakowin, we had the family of Harney who came publicly acknowledging the Black Elk family and turning that name of Harney Peak over to Black Elk. And we had Custer's granddaughter who came as well. And Borglum's grandchildren are in support of returning Mount Rushmore to the Lakota Nation. So it's not only ideas that people are presenting, it's our time and place that people are acknowledging and want to now do right for our people here.
That's awesome. Wow. Thank you. Thank you for we were very, very blessed on Monday. We called this meeting real quickly, and we were trying to, reach out to you as well. I know you're very busy. Wow. I mean, it takes about 40 people. We got to go through 40 people just to get to you. You're awesome. You're awesome. I acknowledge you as one of the great icons of our people, a very, very powerful woman for all of our people, not just one tribe, but all of our tribes and every person that is indigenously brown skinned and is born from a woman. You make us all proud, and we thank you with all of our heart. We chose on you. Woke lama yape, Wopila for my Tiospaye and for my grandchildren coming and grandchildren not yet born. We really appreciate all that you're doing for us. And it's hard. And I know you've come through a lot. We were talking just before you got in and how, my grandpa, Hihantanka, the Big Al, Ernest Big Al was my grandpa. He passed away when I was 10 years old, and I stopped speaking Lakota that day that he passed away. He had a massive heart attack. And I was just angry that I lost somebody that was really strong because, he's really the reason why, I am coming to this identity of realization for our next generations. He's seen that in me as his takoja, and he passed a lot of good things that I still carry today. I still speak Lakota every now and then, when I get around a lot of natives, and it feels good. It really feels good. And it's powerful in the sense that he said, Takoja, always remember that the Black Hills are not for sale. And I grew up with that. I was one of the ones that was expelled from a Catholic school, the Our Lady of Lourdes. I used to wear headbands. I used to wear my moccasins, and I had long braids. So my grandma would always put the mink, and I killed those mink, our rabbit skins. And my own people, my own indigenous cousins and friends, they called themselves friends to me, and they were brown skinned, but they would make fun of me because I dressed like that. And I was proud because that's how I grew up with my grandma and grandpa. They really, really made it awesome to be who I was. And yet, one day I was getting bullied so bad, they pulled my headband and they grabbed that mink and they just and it almost came off and I lost it. I fought back. And I think during that time, that 4th grade ancestral blood of, that I'm not going to take it anymore occurred. And that change in me happened where, I just, I fought back to them and beat them all up. And I was the one expelled. Even though all of the sisters who were teachers and the father of the whole Catholic system, he was the superintendent, they kicked me out because I was a heathen. I was a savage. We can't have that here at this school. They told that to my mom and my grandpa. They said, we can't have these savages coming and disrupting the other good natives. We can't have them disrupting this behavior. We got to teach them discipline. I was so happy. I mean, I ran out of there and never went back. So, and speaking on that level, it was so good to know that, my mom and dad, they would say, oh, we're going to drop you guys off at grandma and grandpa's today. And they got chores and whatnot. So, I got to see grandma, my grandma from a very young age. And I think she sat us all down, but we used to come and all the grandkids would get dropped off there. Just hug us up, kiss us up, love us up. Hey, grandma, how come you're always doing that? And here one day she sat us down, and I think I was about 5 or 6. I was like just out of kindergarten or 1st grade. I was really happy. And she sat us down, and I said, Grandma, why do you do that? Why are you always hugging us up? And, why are you kissing us up like that? And she said, because my mom didn't. And she said, I want to break that, and I want you guys to know love. She said, because my mom was in boarding school, and she got ripped away from her parents. And she said, I didn't get any love from my mom. And she said, I was in Carlisle, and my grandma, Evelyn Badger, she was she stayed there for I think like 12 years at Carlisle Indian boarding school, and she broke that. She broke that cycle of assimilation that they had, and my grandpa and grandma really taught us not the assimilation way. I grew up with knowing all of the roots, all of the medicines. I could go out right now and get everything that's needed to heal me if I get sick. That's how, and I don't like to depend on the white man doctor. And so it's hard. It's really hard to navigate that culture, and I've always wanted to talk to you, and I was hoping Madonna would be here, but I'd like to ask you about the boarding schools and how you feel it really damaged our people, or did it make us better? And you're talking live with a lot of people. You're going to reach a lot of people right now.
So I'm the third generation boarding school in my family. My mother was in boarding school, and Standing Rock actually had a boarding school in Kennel, community of Kennel. And my grandmother was an interpreter. She spoke fluent, beautiful Lakota, very reserved, and she spoke eloquent English. So she was an interpreter at the meetings, as was my mother. My mother was a renegade, and I say that because she fought with a Catholic nun, and she pulled off that nun's veil and had a physical fight with her. So she was expelled from the boarding school. And of course, that was not a good thing in those days because they frowned upon that behavior. But she was a good lady, a good mother. And so I'm grateful because my grandmother and my mother both loved their children and loved us and raised us in the river bottom, and were subject to a lot of persecution. And so my grandfather, being a code talker, had no fear, and that innate pride he had in his language and what he did as a patriot to the military of the United States. He was rather loud and boisterous, and would just say things that wana kikta, just bellow it out, or he would say "Dokra kiksuya hewa ganikte," when people were leaving. So we all learned how to say nice things to people. But my grandmother would say she never she whispered the language. So we had the language in our homes, and I can understand. I could speak in phrases and broken Lakota, but I can't orate. And I always dream of that I could be standing up there and talking to my people and orating, But my daughters are learning all of the grammar and verbiage and all the new things. So I don't understand the written language, only if I hear it, only the oral. So I'm thankful for that, for holding on to that. But my mother and my oldest sister were interpreters as well, and my mother and my brother worked for law enforcement at Standing Rock for almost 30 years, and he was dispatcher, as was my mother, which my grandfather was a dispatcher in the First World War, and a code talker. So his pride, we didn't know that. And we were like, how come our grandpa's not afraid to talk loud? He's going around hollering, talking Indian. And that's what we said in our day. But I don't know, my Standing Rock are very, very, the neighborhood is military. Most we have, Standing Rock had 47 code talkers in the First World War and 17 code talkers in the Second World War. So Standing Rock has had more code talkers than any other group in America.
Wow.
But we're never accorded the pomp and circumstance or given the dignity of that because
Recognition.
it remained a secret until 2010, and President Obama presented the medals in 2012. So my grandfather was one recipient, but I have like 5 grandfathers who were part of that. And so that language never stopped in our home, whispered by my grandmother and bellowed by my grandfather. So my daughter TPZ would be jumping up and down and trying to say the words, copy her grandpa. So so now she's part of that immersion program and guided by all of that experience. But the boarding school made you very submissive, obedient, very methodical. And so my sister had like 2 master's degree and 3 bachelor degree, but she was bilingual. So she taught at the local school and that was my grandfather's dictate. My grandfather went to Carlisle and his brother as well. And today I'm still looking for his brother, Barney Pretenzico, who is still missing from Carlisle. So I thank Heather Thompson today for finding my grandmother at Mountain View Cemetery from 1918. So we came down here and gave her a send-off to the stars. We sang her song. We put little chairs there for the children and hampas and dresses and shawls and wasna and tobacco. So we gave her that send-off that she never had and her song and her name. So that was a good closure, but I'm still looking for my grandfather. I'm in touch with communication with the general who has posted the names, but my grandfather ran away. I think the third family he went with had typhoid and they were dying in that house. So he ran away, but I think he also had typhoid. So he's buried somewhere. So we're looking for him in a Mennonite cemetery in Pennsylvania. So I'll spend the rest of my life trying to find him. And Carlisle has 750 graves of Oceti Sakowin at their cemetery.
Oh.
They are a military college. And so Standing Rock has adopted a resolution to have an amendment to NAGPRA, the Native American Graves and Repatriation Act. So that amendment would include boarding schools and the land that it's situated on, be they fee, regardless of the status. NAGPRA would apply. So hopefully we can get that adopted here and get it out to the National Congress and seek some act of Congress to address that boarding school application to NAGPRA. So I will be, I'm very fortunate and grateful that there was a woman who called me and she was at the Santa Fe auction and there was a winter count on a buffalo robe of the boarding schools from 1940s.
Wow.
And she said it was for sale. Long story short, a woman purchased it for me in honor of my grandmother and my grandfather. And so I'm delegating 26 women in United States and Canada to oversee that that traveling exhibit that it will become. and it's being funded so that that will be traveling. And I brought it today, so I hope that I can show it today or Friday. I mean tomorrow. Sorry, yesterday, today, and tomorrow are all the same to me.
Yeah.
So, so the boarding school, I survived. I ran away 1 year in February, and I got the whipping of my life, and stayed there. But my mother took me out the next year. That was it. So, I had a beautiful life in paradise, in the bottomlands of Hawaii on Standing Rock, and my home was flooded, so we were removed from there. So that's my story in a nutshell. Trying to find answers and resolutions and address the boarding schools. So turning it into a positive experience.
That is awesome. You know, Phyllis, I really, really want to really encourage you and recognize you and give you all of the recognition right here, right now, in front of, you know, all of the viewers, and let you know that I stand in support in everything you do, and our matriarchal. You're doing actions. You're getting things done for our people, and I really appreciate that. And I hope to be half as good as that, you know, and when I get to be, you know, as young as you are, you know, and because I'm trying to get my AARP and I just cannot seem to get it. They keep raising that age up on me, you know, and I just barely hit my 50s, and I'm like, what? You changed it to 55? So I really appreciate that. You know, I just want to again thank you and honor you, and I give you so much respect, and thank you for sharing that winter count bundle that you're going to be going around with, the shirt, the war shirt. And you know what made me really I broke down this past summer, and you know what triggered that memory about my grandma and what she had said to us when we were that little. And I never knew the significance of that story of why she hugged us and loved us up so much. And you know, it just, I had to go to the bedroom, and I just lost it. I lost it for about 15 minutes because, you know, we were listening on the radio, and they had told that they were repatriating, bringing back some bones from Carlisle to Rosebud. That was this past summer. I think it was maybe the 4th of July or some kind of within that June or July. I don't remember quite when, but man, that hurt. That hurt to hear that news. And I just sat back, and I was like, you know, my grandma survived that. My grandma made it to where she's my grandma. She was my grandma, and you know, I miss her apple pies. She really made a lot of pies and cookies. You know, I really remember that love. And, you know, now I always tell my wife, you know, geez, I really want oatmeal raisin cookies. So we always go and we try to find, and nope, that don't taste like it, you know, and we go to the next. So I really, really thank you. And I know this is very impactful to a lot of people, and however we can get involved with you, I would like for you to get involved with us as well. You know, we're Uniting Resilience, and we're Native Two-Spirit. My wife and I have been together, and in the next few days, we'll be celebrating our 16 years together. You know, it's hard to be in a relationship, especially a same-sex relationship, and you know, we to leave our people, you know, because we found love and joy with each other, and our tribe didn't accept us. So in 2009, we left, and we just swore to never come back, you know, because they treated us and gay bashed us so badly. And I have a lot of degrees, she's got degrees, and I was law enforcement, and I was being gay bashed by the law enforcement. Long story short, you know, my mom got sick, and in 2016, she traveled to North Dakota, and she asked me to move home. She said, we can't travel anymore. You got to come back. It's a hard thing. That changed me. And I had to go into that forgiveness thing. You know, I had to forgive people from my own tribe and my own relatives, come back for my mom because of that request. And I know what mother's love is, and I know what it feels like to watch your mother go through an illness and pass away. You know, I was so happy that we came back, and she lived until 2019. She passed away in 2019, and she was able to see my wife and I put into effect the hate crime protection laws on our Oglala Sioux tribe in Crow Creek, you know, and we were getting ready to pass it and sit in a color Standing Rock. We came to Standing Rock, and then so we just stopped all of our travel. We're going to be coming to all of these reservations. You know, we're working with the Cheyenne River, so you'll be seeing us. But we also, Mother Earth, as one of our biggest things that we honor and support, and we are doing it in a trying to, you know, gain knowledge from what has been done, you know, already by a lot of strong people. And you know, I talked to Madonna a few days ago, about a week ago, and she had I said, you know, what about this? And I told her what we were doing, and she said, you know, this is deja vu, Muffie. You know, this is that same fight from about 40 years ago. She said, this is that same war. And she said, you're talking about that, and you're taking it to with the legislator, and you're going to go to the state and you're going to do that. And I said, yeah. And I said, well, however we can utilize our allies, you know, we need them. And that's important. That's something to hear. And I said, what is that? What is holding that from progressing and getting to the next level? And she said, we are too patriarchal in that dominance. And she said they don't want to respect that matriarch. You know, Madonna said that. And I really look forward to talking with her later on. But I just know that, you know, in my Tioshpaye of growing up, women were never disrespected. You know, I love my dad. I love my grandpa. I love all of that. And I never seen my grandpa disrespect any women. You know, I never seen any of that. And how do we change that? You know, I mean, you're sitting here, oh my goodness, look at all of these things you're accomplishing. And, you know, we should be honoring you with a golden car and, you know, golden everything. You know, you should just be just awesome. And yet, you know, they couldn't even give you the floor down here. And how do we change that? How do we go about, you know, we're trying to navigate through a mentality that I know is designed to hold that matriarch down and make us be submissive. And that's just that colonial thing. And however I can help you with this uniting resilience, I know, you know, Robin is the same. You know, teach us and tell us what we have to do to make this a difference and to change things just like you're doing. You know, tell us how to do that, and then we'll close it up after you give.
So what I followed one mentor, spiritual mentor, all my life, because I wasn't raised traditional. I was raised very colonized, Iwashitu, Hotanka, just all of it. And I mastered their education process and was very patriotic, raised by honorable men who protected us. So I'm grateful for my Tiwahe and my Tioshpa. And so it was a whole new lesson in the American Indian movement that gave me the the fearlessness after I knew who I was, to have the leadership tell us that we were beautiful, and they acknowledged us and gave us that respect and that dignity and raised us up. So I wanted to share downstairs my experience with Miniwichoni. I worked for Harold Salway back in 1990 and helped them to draft legislation for the water line at Oglala Nation. And that was the first lessons that I had in spiritual law, Lakota customary law, and telling us that Miniwichoni was a women's right, because we all had children. We birthed our nation in water. That was the beginning, and it was the first gift that was given to us. So those that spirituality touched off a light in me that got brighter and brighter for 50 years. And so I learned many lessons along the way. I had incredible mentors, men and women, who were in the American Indian movement and Lakota Nation. I would go to Pine Ridge and spend my summers there, go to Rosebud. I have 5 Hunka families in Rosebud, and I have like 4 Hunka families in Pine Ridge. So I was honored by in the Hochoka by Oglala Nation, and that's the highest honor that I have ever received, and I hold that number 1, and I'm very honored by that. So I just, along with Crow Dog, acknowledge Wope, and we said down the road that and I committed to that, to draft the principles of Wope and the spiritual law, where we don't have a choice but to promote and protect that. Wope, she's a female, and so the original instructions for that spiritual law is to uplift, praise, honor, protect the women. And so that's ingrained in my genetic psyche. And so I'm forever committed to raising up. I have 5 daughters, and what we struggled for, we marched for the Trail of Broken Treaties in 1972. We went to Washington with 20 points, including the American Indian Religious Freedom Act and the founding tribes were Oglala and Oglala Nation and Standing Rock for the Indian Child Welfare Act in Whitego versus the state of Mississippi, and the violence that they endured faced because of taking some of the children back, and the resiliency of those people, those children became productive adults because we embraced them, made sure they had secure homes and education and jobs, and they're still thriving today. So we can address the human factors in the lives of our children by taking them back and keeping them. And some will never come back because they found their happiness elsewhere. But we part of the founding of those laws, and American Indian Religious Freedom Act was critical to our survival, so that we could practice freely and do the Sundance, which that we need to put in perspective and honor those who defied the policies before it was a legal act. So my son was 8 years old when he sundanced at the first legal Sundance in 1978, and very productive citizen. And so I know the evidence of what that practice innate. It's in our everyday, our daily activities. Even building the teepee, Morning Star, Evening Star, and all of the poles that it represents, the virtues, and that big front pole that welcomes you in is the reason why there are ribbon skirts, because you decorate that one pole to show that you are the owner of that home. So we have a lot of customary law and traditional knowledge that the world is ready to receive. And we have to be mindful of who we are and be culturally competent so that we're not being dominant, that we're not dehumanizing, that we don't put the force on other humanity, other races, like they did to us, so that we actually practice Wope and give that dignity out with those principles. And I made that commitment. At some point, we probably will have to digitize it and create the hard copies for traditional child raising, interpret the Wakaija, what it means to have a child, and all of that is born in water. And so what I was sharing downstairs was being in the front line and to be a plaintiff in 1980 against Union Carbide in the Black Hills, Madonna, and the women of all red nations, and winning, being victorious against the uranium mining in the Black Hills, and against the Oceti pipeline, the coal slurry in the water that they were going to take, that we defeated. So when you know that taste of victory, you never want less.
Yep.
And that you will always, always persist and insist that you have that level of democracy and the principles that are all from those living and winning experiences. So you never settle for anything less.
Wow. Thank you. That is some awesome knowledge. And within the next, I know you're really busy, but you know, they're doing a pipeline project from Missouri River here to Rapid City, you know, and I'm not against, you know, some of my relatives live here, you know, my extended relatives live here in Rapid. I live here. And, you know, I'm not against that water pipeline, but I'm just, I want information because, you know, our tribes don't know. You know, I called Madonna, you know, I called Chuck, and I think we was reaching out to Robin, and her Facebook was deactivated or something, and so
jail.
she was in Facebook jail, and you know, I started contacting people from all these different tribes, and they didn't know about it. They didn't know about it, and we just crashed a meeting yesterday, you know, to try to get information. You know, what are you doing? You know, we raise our hands, but we got there before they even started their, you know, Robert's Rules of Order, and so they put their agenda up, and here, you know, Madonna was sitting there, and then my wife, and then me, and then there was Robin, and I think Blair, and then there's some white people sitting there, and they said, okay, so let's start the meeting. We're starting it at 3:05 or something it was, and so everybody stood up, all the board members, the white people, and you know, they all put their hands on their chests and they said, I pledge allegiance. And So we all kind of took the cue and looked at Madonna, and she was sitting there, so we thought, well, we'll just sit here then. And so we kind of did a Colin Kaepernick to the Pledge of Allegiance at that meeting, and we were all women, all Indigenous women. And then we looked across, and even our camera girl, she was sitting there. She didn't even move either. She didn't stand up. So, that really felt empowering, to sit there with, and Madonna, she didn't even know that she was like, what, so, but that put that whole room in a state of shock. They didn't know why we were there. They were kind of freaked out that we didn't stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance. And these are all Republican presidents from the water districts here in Rapid City, the surrounding Pennington County area. And the person that invited me was a Republican. And, he sent me the agenda. And so they started off, and, I raised my hand because we didn't see it on the agenda. And I asked them, what about this $1.9 billion project? Are you guys going to talk about that? What's going on? And, oh, no. This guy got up, and he was just like, and he was shaking, and she recorded it too. And it wasn't 1.9 billion, that hasn't even been discussed yet. It's still in the making. And they ended up spinning off. They didn't want that board to control them. So they made themselves a 501c3 nonprofit. So that $1.9 billion water project spun off and don't want no regulatory, and they're a nonprofit all by themselves, so they don't have to be regulated. And so that's what we found out. And so we got in contact with the lady called back tonight, and she's going to set up a meeting with us for January. So I hope you can make it. We will invite you. And I don't know exactly when in January or sometime, but she will give a presentation to all of the tribes, whoever we could bring in. And so we'll set that up somewhere here in Rapid, and, CDC guidelines, COVID and everything. But if you can participate and help us out, bring some good knowledge to that.
I will bring our quantification code, and it's being talked about this week.
Mhm.
And the Oceti Sakowin own the property rights of the entire river system to the headwaters of Montana, to the tailwaters where the Missouri meets the Mississippi. And every tribe has quantified over the years. So Standing Rock is something like 1.3 million acre feet. And each tribe up and down the river owns the entire system. So we do have a comprehensive quantification code and the IRS table that goes with it. So it is established,
Mhm.
and I will bring that to the
Awesome.
January meeting.
Yes. So just give us your information and what number to call, so we don't have to go through all these channels to get to you. But
Okay.
thank you. And I reached out to one of my friends who's an engineer, and he said, if they made that a nonprofit and they're trying to use the tribe's right of way, they're going to sell that water. They're going to sell it, and they're going to probably benefit million. That 1.9 billion isn't even going to be a drop in the hat. They're going to make way more than that. They're going to go into the trillions in what they make. So I really appreciate it if you can rally the troops, and we'll get that in operation and going in the meeting. And thank you. And if you want to say any closing remarks, and then we'll go to Robin.
Okay. So state of South Dakota exercises prior appropriation, and as does North Dakota with prior appropriation. So the state uses or takes the water. And so South Dakota by having 3 wind projects with free water, with solar and electricity, generate enough energy that they are 10% of the national
Wow.
energy from the water here in South Dakota. North Dakota is attempting the same by using the free water. So it's incumbent upon us to put that quantification code on the table now.
Right on. I look forward to seeing you again, and hopefully we can get that meeting up and running in January. So thank you for coming, and I look forward to visiting you later. But we'll go ahead and
Thank
give
you.
it to you for some closing. Thank you, Phyllis. Go ahead, Rob.
Okay. So I just wanted to go back real fast if I could to you mentioned about the boarding schools, and I just wanted to say that was where some of my real resistance started, because my grandparents also taught me that although I didn't have a real boarding school upbringing, we always talk about the boarding school, like Phyllis was lived during the boarding school, but some of us are products also of another generation of boarding school. So I wanted to, I'm sorry I have to take notes. I'm a brain injury survivor, so I have my glasses on and my notepad. So just sorry.
You're okay.
And so I wanted to just acknowledge the people who are also a generation of those that come after boarding schools, because there's a dormitory life, and that is still a boarding school today. So Cheyenne Butte School, for example, is a boarding school that's still in existence today with a dormitory system. And so when you first went to the dormitory after boarding school, you still got washed up with some powder to make sure you didn't have hayas and stuff. You still had to scrub the if you're naughty, like you said, you ran away, you know, you had to scrub the kitchen floor with a toothbrush and eat some ramen noodles. So that was still a product the matrions had of their boarding school way of life, you know, growing up. And so some of those mentalities are still there, like, and they're getting better, you know, because they're breaking those cycles. But how we were taught is if you saw some folks coming to the door, you know, you hid and you made sure. And it's kind of like that mental health too. You don't want to seek out mental health help because they can put you in Redfield.
Yeah.
You know,
Yep,
you can
I
go
heard
to,
about that.
You can go to what's that one new place called Halawasa or something? Is that how you say it? The insane asylum, you know. But we were taught that stuff. That's
Springfield.
That's that mentality. You know, you don't talk to those people because you're going to go to Redfield. And so you stay away. You know, if you want to talk to something, you talk to Tunkashala and you work through that. You know, we have a way of life. You go to Nikaga, you know, you seek out those spiritual leaders like Phyllis was talking about Wopi, you know, our natural way. We got to always remember to stay rooted.
Yep.
And so I wanted to say that too, is rooted. If we don't remember our way of life and that natural creation and Pete Sawi, she brought us these real huge sacred, you know, laws and ways of life. And, you know, she crumbled a man. That's why I always tell the men, you know, if you don't start respecting us, remember when we were famined, she came and she helped us. And when you were wandering eyes, she crumbled you to bones. So remember how strong she is. And also wanted to, so I wanted to talk to that, and that boarding school mentality is also another generation. So 7th, 8th, 9th generations, we got to also start looking past the 7th generation. You know, Lala, Sitting Bull, and all of them look to the 7th generation, but we are new generations now. And that's dealing with the Two-Spirit Society. Our, you know, you came to I felt so sad that day because they said, sorry, we cannot help you guys develop a hate crime or same-sex marriage law. Why? Because I am Christian and
Catholic,
it's Catholic, you know, and we have our Catholic way of thinking in
the Bible
and the marriage, and it says what it says in this Bible. And he also says to love one another. You know, that's a commandment, you know, and 10 commandments. So, I mean, that was disheartening, and we still haven't been able to bring that forth and get it to our districts. And hate. And then they wanted to bring in the half-blood and the the half-blood as in the Yeska laws and all of that as a hate crime, you
Yep.
know, and so they're just trying anything to look over the basic human rights of being protected. And they knew nothing about Matthew Shepard,
No.
you know, and so this was our Law and Order Committee. And so I felt really sad that day, and I was really heartbroken to hear one of our youth presenting, you know, and he was disheartened and he was being bullied in school. And so those are those mindsets, you know, breeding mindsets and stuff. And so I wanted to discuss that boarding school mentality. And I also wanted to talk, also, you guys mentioned Carlisle. My mom, my Ina, lives in Pennsylvania. So it's hard to go to Carlisle quite a bit, but we went there. And so the whereabouts unknown, there's a list out there. Every tribe has a whereabouts unknown. And it's really huge that we hit the 1960s. There's a couple of cases of switched at birth, and we can't let IHS go held accountable for what they did when them illegal takings of our children's happened, you know, because they were responsible for illegal takings before the BIA social service. And these two entities don't know what happened to our children. So not only do they have unmarked graves, but the Indian Health Service and the Bureau of Indian Affairs Social Service are thieves of our children too.
Yep.
They illegally took our children. I have a missing Lekshi who's got an IAM account, and I bet a lot of folks out there have missing people. If you go look at the whereabouts unknown, they don't know where our relatives are.
Yep.
So we can't forget those relatives that have no accounting. We don't know if they're dead or alive, and some of them are on that list that we know where they're at. But there's still some, like my Lekshi, who we have absolutely no idea where he's at. And so the courts either have those cases sealed, and you can't get into them. But there's two entities, and that's the agent entities, the IHS, Indian Health Service, and the Bureau of. Everyone always forgets about that. BIA, Social Service. They always blaming the DSS, but the Bureau sent some traitors in here too. So the whereabouts unknowns. So the DSS built that resilience, and my grandparents always told me, don't answer that door. You know, watch out for those people.
Yeah.
So. How do we change that matriarchal system? Yes, Phyllis too. And I think that we need to remind our Wichasha societies and our treaty societies that we are part of the Woapi, the Pete Sami. We have to remember that the stories, if we do not keep reminding the people, like I said in the beginning, and I said on Monday, if we don't remind people of our creation stories and who we are as rooted as Lakotas and a part of the Titawa, and who we are and are rooted to our stories, if we remind them, that's why there's this division and this conquer and divide is because they're forgetting who my mom always taught me is the husband and wife, and all of them, they went back to their teepees and they made laws and they consulted. So you guys go back and you consult, you and your wife consult, and you're probably talking about the day's events, and other couples here might go back and discuss what's going. And then, so we had a place at that table, even though they're saying we don't have a place at that table.
Absolutely.
And if I'm done with this marriage, I'm going to set your bag out there. And that was done. We had whip keepers and a way to control these societies. Our societies were so fierce. There was none of this chaos like it is today.
No domestic violence.
And
no suicide.
No rape, no talking back. Kids knew their protocols. You know, the adults are talking right now. You wait your turn. All of that. We were fierce, you know. So there was this Woapi, there was this way of life, you know. And so we have to remember those rooted ways in that matriarchal system. I wasn't just made to wash clothes and cook and clean,
Right.
you know.
Yep.
And I wasn't just made to just be quiet and sit here and make your dinner and serve you. No. I'm here to create law. So I do have I feel like, why did he put me here? I'm right where I'm supposed to be. So that's how I feel we change that, is we keep reminding them of what this law is. If you want to be a traditional treaty councils, then you remember these laws.
Yeah.
You know?
Yep.
And then I wanted to end by saying that the reason why I'm here is because of the water. And I want to remind anyone, if you can make any laws or anything, is that we remind people that our waterways are living, breathing, and that river is living and breathing, and that it's alive. And we have to start creating that law and treating it like it's living and breathing. They want to protect the wild mustangs and stuff because them are our Shunka Wakan nation. They're our relatives, and the Buffalo Nation and the Flower Nation and all of that. Well, our river and our tributaries and all of our waterways and are all living and breathing because Phyllis explained, and a lot of people is water is life, and that's because that umbilical cord and that baby is growing in a water, and how much of the earth is made up of water. And you guys know the story, and everybody out there knows the story. So we need to create those laws, and that's why I asked them to create this law using the declaration that she talked about. Remember, I told them using the Declaration of Indigenous Rights, reminding them that we have a right to human rights, declaring that our water is living and breathing. We need it to be safe and able to drink. And we can't do that if it's mercury infested and uranium and sulfur and all of that. And our people need clean drinking water. And the state passed that Clean Drinking Water Act. The feds have to regulate it. Our tribes have to take a stance. So again, I want to thank Uniting Resistance, Indigenous Water Alliance and Lakota People's Project, and all of my allies out there, especially all my mentors, Phyllis, Madonna, many of the grandmas, Lala Ray Handboy, my late Lala Vincent brings plenty. All of my mentors, if it wasn't for you, Lala's out there, all the treaty councils for teaching me, I wouldn't be here still being resilient after everything, being able to take a stand back. So Liwa Wopola Tankaha Happy Wash Day. Remember to stay rooted in your ways and take a stand at something. Make it water.
Thank you, Robin. And I just wanted to add to your list of in the BIA and the DSS and the IHS is they had a time frame there. I think it was in the 60s or 70s that they sterilized our Native women. And where is that at? And my wife and I were invited to a conference one time, and we came upon this meeting, and we cried with a lot of these women that and they're elder ladies, and they didn't get the chance to experience motherhood because they went in just for like the dentist or something, and they came out sterilized. And there was a time frame, so those need to be held accountable as well. But I always want to end by saying, the best thing about our Indigenous people is clear mind, clear body, clear soul, and always respect each other, respect our winged nation, respect our four-legged, respect our insects, always respect Mother Earth and the water that is there. But for one thing, always respect yourself. And, you can log on to any of our websites and join our fight and reach out to us and contact us. But the best thing that will happen for Indigenous people is to stay sober. Don't drink, don't do drugs. And I ask that with a good, kind heart that we all try to unify. We need to bring unity of all of our people. We can't do this alone. We have our allies, and we need all of you to help. And I want to say Pilamaya Wopila Tanka to everybody that watched today and that is a part of this. And we look forward to doing these again, and we'll reach out and we'll keep everybody informed on this upcoming meeting and another meeting coming up of all of our Oceti Sakowin. So thank you, Robin, for coming, and I look forward to the next one. How Dakuye Uyasi. Man, my ears are just burning.